get this planning commission meeting going. Thank you for being here, everyone. We're going to start our Thursday, October 27th, 2022 planning commission meeting. Call this meeting to order. May I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
I have a comment on the agenda. I'd like to bring the wetland letter up, the stormwater letter up, and make that a regular agenda item, please.
What does it, in your opinion, Mike, what does it mean to be a regular agenda item versus a work session?
Well, as I understand it, a work session means, we have no authority to approve anything with respect to that letter.
Yeah, I think it'd be advisable if you guys want to take some kind of decision on it or come to a decision on it, you can bring that up.
Okay, so bring it up into the action item?
Yeah.
What we're saying? Okay. Do we have a second for this motion?
I'll second that.
Jen, will you call the roll, please?
Okay, Commissioner Matusek,
Here, yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes,
Commissioner Moritz,
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes.
do you mind, Clay, if we start with that? I don't think it'll take that long.
Well, I have a little bit of concern. I think it could take a while, and we do have people here tonight who came with an expectation of a certain position in the line. So that would be my concern, is we do have people here tonight who thought they were going to be first, second, or third, and they may be under different time constraints. Without
I'll defer to that then. That's fine.
Okay,
You can just take it last.
we will cover that last under the action items. Let's move to consideration of the minutes from the September 22nd, 22 Planning Commission meeting. Are there any amendments to the minutes? With no amendments to the minutes, may I have a motion to approve those minutes?
I move to approve the minutes of the September 22nd meeting.
Second.
We have a second. Is there a discussion? Any discussion? Jen, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Bates,
Yes,
Commissioner Moritz,
Mickey's
He's muted.
muted, yeah.
He's muted.
Okay, yes.
thank you. Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Knopf,
Yes.
Commissioner Matusek,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes. Minutes are approved. Moving on. Our next item is a quasi judicial hearing regarding continuation of CD 22-01 and CU 22-03. David Bonanno request on behalf of David Spruce LLC for a 7-lot conditional use permit cluster development subdivision in the wetland overlay zone. CD 22-01 and CU 22-03. David Bonanno on behalf of David Pietka. Request for a conditional use permit to allow cluster development subdivision consisting of a 7-lot subdivision containing 4 single-family dwellings and a 6-plex apartment building with common lots for parking and wetland areas. The property is located on the southwest corner of First and Spruce Street, tax lots 4202, map 51030 AA, in a limited commercial C1 zone. The request will be reviewed under the Cannon Beach Municipal Code, Title 16 Subdivisions and 17 Zoning, including Section 16.04.130, Subdivision Applicable Standards, 16.04.400, Variance Cluster Development, 17.22.030, Conditional Uses Permitted, and 17.43.040 through 050, Conditional Uses and Activities Permitted in Wetland and Wetland Buffer Area Standards. May we have the staff report, please?
Sure. Let me just touch on first the procedural. The applicant provided a written request to extend the 120-day deadline by 60 days to January 4th, 2023, by which time the city is requested to have a final decision. And just a reminder, the Planning Commission held a hearing on this matter on August 25th. At that time, it closed the hearing but left the record open consistent with ORS 197-763 for additional evidence. The applicant requested that the public record be reopened to allow new evidence for CD 2201 and CU 2203. Planning Commission granted the request to reopen the record. The Planning Commission accepted new written testimony and evidence for an additional 14 days from September 23rd to 5 p.m. October 7th, with a second period of allowing for responsive evidence accepted until 5 p.m. on the 14th, and final written argument by the applicant on only until the 21st. And so those were the materials provided in the three previous packets. And so I just want to touch on kind of the major themes of the new materials that were presented, and that's pretty much documented in the first of the staff reports of the different, which was October 14th, I believe. The applicant has provided a new site plan, tree report, and geohazard report in response to the previous meeting. The application now proposes 4 single-family dwellings, each 1,190 square feet, with one containing a 360 square foot accessory dwelling unit. The new plan also proposes a 6-plex multifamily housing complex and consisting of 2 510 square foot studio apartments and 3 646 square foot 1-bedroom apartments and 1 772 square foot 1-bedroom unit, for a total of 10 dwellings with a common access and shared parking area consisting of 13 parking spaces. The proposed pedestrian access to 8 of the units is via an internal sidewalk system, with 2 of the units accessible via First Street. One of the 1-bedroom apartment units is identified as an ADA accessible unit. The parking standards of Cannon Beach Municipal Code 177820 require 2 spaces for each of the single-family dwellings, 1 space each for the studio apartments, and 1 1/4 spaces for each of the 4 1-bedroom units, with 1 additional for the ADU, which equates to 16 spaces required. The plans show 13 parking spaces. The cluster variance would allow for a reduction or for the 3 spaces to be placed offsite. Staff has provided the Ecola Square East Affordable Housing Development Agreement, a draft of that based on the CLARC Development Agreement that was approved in 2018 as the only other affordable or workforce housing development in the city of Cannon Beach since the passage of the construction excise tax ordinance. A copy of the Clatsop County Area Median Income Limits from HUD are also included for the consideration of Planning Commission. Todd Prager and Associates Tree Report dated September 21st, 2022 recommends the retention of 23 trees, 12 within the site boundaries and 11 in the adjacent right-of-way, while 14 trees are recommended for removal. Project arborist oversight is required at excavation, along with tree protection zone fencing and textile and wood chip compaction zones to assure the safety of the trees to be saved during construction. The Earth Engineers Geotech Report revised April 18, 2022 recommends 10 to 12 inch helical piers to be planned for lengths of 45 to 50 feet. As with most geohazard reports for structures in Cannon Beach, the site has the presence of weak, compressible, potentially liquefiable and expansive soils with the presence of organics and shallow groundwater. As a result, the recommendations call for 80 steel pipe piles driven to practical refusal, with a cautionary warning that with the amount of heavy organics, depths of piling should reach over 40 feet. The city building official will require all structural plans meet Oregon building requirements. The draft of the proposed Ecola Square East Affordable Housing Development Agreement provides for 2 studio apartments and 6 1-bedroom held to 80% AMI, area median income, for a period of 30 years. The city of Cannon Beach in return would waive all building fees and system development charges. The development agreement is based on, like I said earlier, this 2018 CLARC agreement, and provides the basics for the city council to work with the applicant on the details to provide the city more affordable or workforce housing. Any questions?
Mickey has her hand up.
Hey, Mickey?
I want to make sure I unmute that time. The ADU unit, would it be part of the deed restricted units, or is the deed restriction only applying to that front sixplex?
From my understanding, it wasn't part of the deed restricted units, but we can ask the applicant when they make their testimony to clarify that.
The reason I would bring that up is that the ADU is very close to the wetland. So if it's going to be there, it seems like it needs to be serving a really important purpose, such as affordable housing. If it's not, then I think that's something we should discuss about whether that really belongs there right next to the wetland.
Okay.
And Charles has his hand up.
Yeah, I have a question about putting a residential units and houses in a commercial area. I guess it's legal, or we wouldn't be presented with this. I kind of think, would we ever put a commercial plot in a residential area? Is this a common occurrence?
Well, in Cannon Beach, we have, I don't say quite a few, but we have a few, and it is a conditional use, and that's what they're asking for these in the commercial zone. So it is allowed as a conditional use in our zoning code.
Are there other questions for staff?
Jeff, did you ever locate what may be the remainder of the wetland delineation report that I spoke to you about?
I'm sorry about that. No, Les, I could probably get one.
No, I just wanted to be complete.
Okay.
A question regarding Charles, or a comment regarding Charles' question. It seems to me if we go to the zoning requirements for C1 zone, that there's a density restriction built into that of 50%. How do we deal with that?
No, that's only for a multi-use at 50%. So if they were
Okay.
combining that with commercial, Mike, then yes, then 50% of whatever square footage has to be, that's the limitation of residential.
Says a residential use in conjunction with a permitted use where the residential use does not exceed 50% of the building's floor area. I mean, you know, again, getting back to Charles's question, it isn't that an absolute requirement. I mean, you can go down and say you can do a conditional use, a two-family dwelling, a multi-family dwelling, a residential home, a residential facility, all single structures, either housing one or multiple families. But not exactly a cluster development. And then when you go to a cluster development, you see a requirement that says you can approve one, but only subject to the density restrictions in the base zone.
Right. So, what's your? So
Well, my
Mike,
comment
you're
is, I really think this is a great proposal. I'm just wondering if we're going about it the right way. And I think that was Charles's question. Wouldn't it be better just to rezone this property? And then we don't deal with the question it's by itself?
No, I think that it's within the code. I think that 50% is required for for a mixed use development. That's what that applies to.
I don't read it that way, Jeff. I'm sorry. I don't know. Is Bill there?
I am here and I'm pulling it up right now, but what I heard you say is a residential in conjunction with a commercial, and we don't have that here. It's just residential. It's not in conjunction with the commercial.
Thank you.
Are there other questions?
Well, I thought Charles's comments were more about putting residential of any kind in a commercial zone, but the other half of that block has residences on top of so I mean, it seemed appropriate to me.
And just like you read the ordinance, any commercial can have 50% as a mixed use. So
Why don't we come back to this if it's not clear after we get through any additional testimony? On that note, I want to check, what did we say relative to additional testimony by the applicant, proponents? Did we
They're allowed to,
don't have time limits or anything? I didn't remember.
I don't recall a time limit.
Nothing like that. Okay, all right. Okay, if there's no additional questions for staff, we'll move on to presentations. Persons who testify shall first receive recognition from the chair, state their full name, mailing address, and if appearing in a representative capacity, identify who they represent. Is there a presentation by the applicant?
Yes, my name is David Veneta with Tolivan Architects, representing David Vieta.
Hey,
I'm not
David,
sure. Yeah.
David, this is Jeff. Just if you want to refer to anything, we do have, the site plan. We can bring that up or any other documents. Okay.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I'd like to bring that up. And also, is my camera working, just out of curiosity?
No, we don't see you.
Oh, boy. Okay. Maybe that's better. No, just kidding. If I can figure out how to get my camera on, I certainly will. I apologize. But rather than take time to play with that, I would like to start my presentation. And again, I appreciate your time of the Planning Commission to consider this project. I'm really personally excited for the potential that this project represents in terms of providing additional affordable housing for Cannon Beach, and particularly in the downtown area. I think it's sorely needed. I think pretty much everyone would agree with that. And this particular plan came about from a meeting Dave Pieta had with the neighboring residents in Cola Square to the west. And as we referred to that as a mixed use, both commercial with residential condominiums above. And due to the topography, they will be the most impacted by this project. That is, many of their decks off the rear or east portion of Ecola Square actually orient to this property. So Dave Pieta felt that in response to their concerns, the best direction to go would be a smaller scale residential development, both for the benefit of the adjacent residents as well as the overall benefit it brings to the town. So that kind of gives you an idea what the genesis of this project actually started out as. Now, going back a little bit in the history, Mike Clark, if any of you recall, originally redeveloped Ecola Square and put the condominiums in the building to the west. He later sold this property to Dave Pieta, choosing not to develop it himself. And Dave came to me having experience on my part on previous designs with Mike Clark that mainly centered around development as a commercial property. And again, that is still an option if this wasn't considered to be a viable alternative by the Planning Commission. But I really think personally that we've got enough commercial property development in downtown Cannon Beach, drawing pretty much a horde of visitors every year, if you will. And so I think developing this as a residential use really has some major advantages. What we have done since we presented this to you last time is revise the northerly portion of the housing development, referred to as the sixplex there, to the affordable housing portion of the project. The other 4 single-family dwellings and the ADU would not be part of the affordable housing, but would be purposely kept small and efficient to keep the overall costs down to the purchasers. To include those single-family dwellings in the affordable portion of this project would just be incredibly complicated. How they would be sold in an affordable type program is just incredibly complicated in my mind. So again, the proposal would be to include the sixplex in the affordable housing program. And again, Dave Pieta is willing to put that forward, negotiate with the city council in terms of the terms of the 30-year restrictions on rents. So that is what this plan represents. Regarding the parking, there are 13 spaces on site, as Jeff mentioned. Dave Pieta actually owns another adjacent parking space in the downtown area that would be included for a total of 14 spaces. And based on the criteria of the cluster development, that could be accepted by you this evening. It is short of what technically the code requires by 2 spaces. However, based on the location of this project and its adjacency to downtown, I really think that the total of 14 spaces is reasonable for this level of development. I envision many of the residents or even some of the residents not even owning a car for that matter, or needing to own a car in this downtown area. So that kind of gives you an idea of what the background of the project and how it's developed to this point. I did want to point out a couple sections from the comprehensive plan of the city of Cannon Beach. One of the downtown policies cites the city's objective to support development in the downtown area that result in compact town center where a variety of uses occur, including housing, businesses, motels, and civic uses, including parks. The other policy is policy number 8, that the city will encourage the provision of permanent housing in downtown by providing zoning incentives for mixed-use structures which incorporate housing. So I think those both lend support to this development. Granted, it isn't a mixed use, it is purely residential, but it is mixed use when considered in combination with Ecola Square to the west. As Jeff mentioned, we've updated some of the submittals. I think there was some requests last time we were in front of you for additional information. Dave Pieta has gone to the extent of providing both a geotechnical report by Troy Hull, arborist report by Todd Prager, and also a wetland determination that we show on our site plan now. And I did include dimensions on the wetland setback for your benefit. The shaded area on the east side of the site and the south side of the site represent the actual wetland. It, in fact, does overlap into the right-of-way of Spruce Street, as well to the east, as well as the existing city park to the south. So that is the portion of the existing wetland that overlaps onto the Pieta property. However, the wetland is actually larger than that as it extends beyond the property line to the east and south. Next on the site plan is the 5-foot buffer from the wetlands, and that's represented by the double dash line. Double dash line on the right is the edge of the wetland, and the double dash line, on the left or west represents the 5-foot buffer from the wetland that we're complying to. I did want to clarify, because I think certainly some of the letters of objection that were submitted on this project maybe were based on the impression that the entire site was a wetland or that we were building in a wetland. And that is far from the case. We went to the extent of providing an a wetland determination for exactly that purpose of defining where the wetland was on the property, as well as the wetland buffer, and stayed away from those areas with the development. Now, granted, we're close to the wetland buffer, and we are certainly willing, and if the Planning Commission so chooses, to include the recommendations of the wetland report as part of your findings and recommendations for adoption. We would certainly comply with the recommendations for protection of the wetland in the report. I won't go into the details of what those are, but more and more we're used to dealing with that kind of separation and protection measures that are called for to protect the wetland. The other letter that Jan actually put together, I see that she's there this evening, was asking for guarantees that the project would be completed as proposed. As some of you may be aware, there are no guarantees in construction as such. I mean, there's certainly contracts, there's certainly ways of guaranteeing projects get built as proposed. And certainly the way the city has set up the review and permit process, essentially it will guarantee that the project will be built as proposed here. Not only are we obligated architecturally to submit drawings, detailed drawings for building permit, but we also are obligated to submit public works. We're obligated to submit to the city arborist for his review, planning review, and like I mentioned, building code review. So essentially by the time, and design review for the project. So essentially, by the time we do get through the approval process, it essentially guarantees the Planning Commission that the project will get built according to the approved submitted plans. So I just wanted to clarify that, make sure that there wasn't any doubt that even though there's not a written guarantee as such, that the process essentially guarantees the project will get built according to your approval. I won't review Jeff's conditions of approval again, but I think it goes without saying that we don't have any objections to his conditions of approval. And I would invite any questions here if any of the Planning Commission members have questions about acceptable conditions of approval beyond that.
David, do you mind? You
Yeah, go
mentioned
ahead.
something about wetland restrictions. I didn't hear that. You said there were some that were included in a document somewhere else.
They're included in the actual wetland determination report, yes. I don't have that in front of me, but it does involve mandatory protection of the wetlands in the way of just barriers that temporary barriers that are put in place to protect the wetland and the buffer area.
Okay, thank you.
That type of thing.
I had a quick question. In the plan here, in that 5-foot buffer around the wetland, it says berm. That's not actually going to be built into a berm, right? That's just left as is, 5 feet.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
You know, we talked about a berm, and that is something I wanted to mention too. I think a comment was made that a berm might be desirable, but that does lead me to mention that all stormwater from the site beyond the 5-foot buffer will be channeled to the city's storm sewer system. And so there won't be any water migrating from the site through the buffer area to the wetland. We've actually hired Adam Daly, who's a civil engineer formerly with HLB, to do the civil engineering for the project. And as part of the review with the City Public Works, we're going to be obligated to connect to the city stormwater system.
I was noticing with the geo report, the photographs are interesting. The day that those photos were taken, there was a lot of standing water on that property. How are you
Yeah.
going to deal with that?
Well, exactly that way. The property is going to be graded to drain to the storm sewers.
Okay.
So, yeah, I noticed that too, Mike, and that was kind of a telling photograph, quite frankly. But I would venture to guess that a lot of Cannon Beach is standing water during the winter like that. I've lived there for a number of years and experienced exactly the same thing. So yeah, it's the stormwater system will be fully engineered and accommodate the rainfall that otherwise would be standing on the site as it exists now.
Can I, just a question though, I mean, the reality is we are, and I'm not objecting, I'm just thinking aloud and thinking of how you're going to civil engineer this. Wouldn't it be better just to, if you could put that back into the wetland, at least not the stormwater coming off the houses, but on the property itself to help replenish that wetland as necessary?
Yeah.
Subject to the approval of our wetland consultant, I rely upon consultants like that for recommendations on that type of thing. If that is a recommendation, we would consider it. Sure.
Okay, just wondering.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So, as you guys know, and Jeff pointed out, this is only going to be the second affordable housing project in Cannon Beach. So again, that's what kind of creates the excitement of this opportunity that this project represents, at least in my mind, and I hope yours. The city's affordable housing policy has been in effect for quite some time. The city has been, collecting money from building permits for the fund. And I've only heard rumor, but I think the fund is somewhere, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, somewhere around $200,000 at this point. So, I'm really hoping that we can qualify this project for the Affordable Housing Fund and channel some of that money that people are paying into to an actual project that gets realized. I did want to point out that working with Dave Pieta, I've been an architect for like 40 years. I've been practicing in Cannon Beach for half of that time, probably the last 20 years. And over my career, I've worked for a lot of developers, but Dave Pieta has really struck me as being somebody that has the interest of the city in mind with this project. And I think he's doing it for all the right reasons. And as I mentioned previously, this property could be developed as one big commercial building with parking in the back to support it, maybe. But he really has this vision for providing a more compatible use for this property, particularly compatible to the neighboring condominiums to the west in Ecola Square. And I think it'll be beneficial all the way around for the city. And I hope you see clear to approve it. So I'm certainly available for any questions.
David, as I understand it, this is one tax lot? Is that,
It is, well, yes, currently, I believe it is one tax lot. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, but I believe it is one tax lot.
Yeah.
and what form of ownership do you see selling off the individual houses in?
Well, I've pretty much determined the lot, each lot by the fence lines that you see there.
Each lot?
Yeah, each
Oh, I see.
lot. So each single family dwelling would be on a lot. Yeah, that
Okay.
type of thing. And that's where the cluster development clause comes in. That would allow each single family dwelling to exist on separate lots.
And what are you thinking for the mechanism for common areas and the maintenance of those common areas?
Yeah, I think Jeff's calling for a formation of an HOA, which I don't think Dave Pieta would have a problem with at all. And so the common areas would be managed by the HOA.
An
You know-
HOA, I'm just thinking it out a little bit, an HOA, homeowners with an affordable housing project. I don't know that I'd have to think about that a little bit.
Yeah,
There may be some challenges there.
yeah, that does need to be worked out, obviously. The parking area would be a common area. There's going to be some landscape common areas. And then the sixplex itself would be retained by Dave Pieta as a rental, an affordable rental, of course. And then there'd be 4 additional owners of the single family dwellings. So it will break down something like that, but essentially there'd be 5 owners, I would think.
I think I
Possibly.
read, were you finished? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I think I read somewhere that there was also another idea. It's not been presented to us showing the actual drawings of potential larger number of apartment units. Am I correct in that? 16 to 18 units, is that right, David?
No, nothing recently comes to mind that was presented or put forth that I'm aware of.
Nothing like that? So
No,
there has been no proposal that would have all of these units as apartment units, is that right?
that's correct. We may have looked at that with Dave Pieta early on. I got to tell you, I've done probably.
I wonder if I didn't read that in the geotech report.
It is in the biotech. It lists 3 potential uses.
Okay.
And that would.
Maybe that's what I saw.
Yeah, that might have been an earlier scheme that we were studying. And I got to tell you, I probably did 7 or 8 different schemes for Dave as the project developed. So yeah, that could have been one that the consultant picked up on.
Okay. Because we're not talking about it, I assume it was one that Mr. Pieta did not favor, or was there one of the ways to solve around different forms of ownership and different interests is to have one type of use with one owner.
Sure.
And I'm just wondering if Mr. Pieta would be open to reconfiguring the buildings such that instead of single family residences, they were apartments.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to, I'm speaking for him, of course. I don't, the single family dwellings were always part of, was part of the majority of the schemes we developed. He wasn't really looking for complete apartment development. I gotta tell you, if he did, it was very early on and we dismissed it.
Okay.
Because of his desire. He really wants to do some kind of traditional Cannon Beach cabins. I got to tell you, I mean, again, it kind of goes back to where his heart is and where his passion is for this project. And that is, the kind of the classic Cannon Beach small scale cabins that he'd like to provide for people. So yeah, I really think he feels strongly about that from all my interactions with him.
Well,
And so if my understanding is correct, he needs to build these single family homes to make the project pay off financially, correct? Because those would sell at a really nice profit. And then that
Well-
allows him to have the affordable housing portion.
Yeah, I can't I can't speak for him in that regard. I don't think, quite frankly, Dave has, pursued the affordable housing incentives from the city to know whether how the balance of financing is going to work. I really don't.
Yeah, we haven't had that discussion. That usually is between the city council and one other item on that. I mean, the one thing that first I would think of if you were going that route, then you're just on an 18 apartment, you're looking at around 23 parking spaces. And so the variance of 2, rather than, that's about a dozen variants for a parking space. That would be a concern to look at if you were going to up the apartment ratio.
Yeah, I mean, we have a proposal in front of us. I'm just talking probably way over my tips, but there's exceptions all the time if you think there's a need. I mean, you'll see bike racks put in place in front of the parking space to get more units to address a major concern in a city. But that is not the proposal in front of us tonight, which we should probably stay focused on. Are there other questions for Mr. Veneta?
Not for David, but hey, Jeff, just learning from past experience, how do we ensure that the HOA is in place before people start residing?
We won't sign off on a plat before that. We won't allow them to build that.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Mr. Veneta, were you finished with your presentation?
I am. I'm happy to answer any questions. But yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Are there other presentations by proponents?
Were we allowing that to this? I thought we were
We
just.
were just taking, okay, I wasn't sure.
Well, since we have let the applicant go,
Okay.
probably should allow
Okay.
other folks to make presentations as well.
Okay, one more time, any proponents? Twice, 3 times, okay. Are there presentations by opponents?
I guess I'll give my name anyway, but Lolly Champion, PO Box 616, Cannon Beach. And I had this ready and then heard some other information that I did not have when I proposed this, but I'm going to go along and present this the way I wrote it and leave it with Jonathan. It's been said that the First and Spruce Street property that Dave Spruce LLC is attempting to develop is no more than a drainage ditch. I have been told there is no use speaking out to preserve this ditch. Nope. This so-called ditch serves a purpose and has been doing so unnoticed for beyond decades. I have 5 points to make. We now call them wetlands. However, wetlands is a recent word around the 1960s that applied to the area where waters, plants, trees, and a myriad of creatures exist. They, like developers, create boundaries, drain, fill, and then go on to nourish in and around for many distance on their easily viewed location. So this appears on that drawing. And unlike developers, for centuries, they've been known as fens, bogs, and peatlands. And for those words apply to spruce and firs, it's not just a ditch. Dave Spruce LLC will advance easily to obtain permits to mitigate just one more wetland. I've been studying the mitigation process of the state, county, and Cannon Beach, and wetland is just a term that creates a bump in the road for developers. Roads because policies by the state and county to build necessary housing, and in Cannon Beach, that would be for millionaires, second homeowners, and developers of profitable rentals called homes. The one thing that I heard tonight that really sets with me is I bought as a second owner up on Elk Creek. And for all of you who've been here for a while, Elk Creek was built by Hallmark for workforce housing. It lasted exactly 1 year, and the people I bought from were there on the day that it transferred over to become a condo. Supposedly, they had a tight-fit situation with the city that never developed. It immediately turned into condoizing. So my question is here, I guess, to Jeff. What are the protections?
would be a deed restriction like we did with Sea Lark.
And how can that be changed by the new owner? Because obviously, Dave Spruce is not going to continue ownership of the Six Flags.
Yes, so whoever signs that agreement on the deed restriction is held to that agreement unless he transfers that or.
So my understanding from the people I purchased from and from the other owners, they have the same kind of restriction from Hallmark to the city.
Well, I've never seen that. Don't know.
Obviously, something was amiss, and that's what frightens me here again, because we've seen this in a few other small developments.
I only one I know of that the city has ever signed off on is Sea Lark.
Okay, and it's still maintaining.
It's still maintained.
And how long is that going to be maintained?
It's the 10-year, so to 28 for that one.
Okay, and this is going to be 30,
We recommended 30.
but it's a recommendation at this.
Goes to the
point.
city council, right,
Okay. How will that be finalized?
through the city council.
Okay, so they'll stick to that?
Yeah.
That's a guarantee.
I want to jump in just quickly. I share your concern and I want to address it, but I don't know that this is the time to do it.
Okay,
This is more your presentation to us. I've taken a note of this and it's something I've considered coming in here and I will guarantee, I can't ask Jeff to, but I will guarantee your question will be,
I don't,
but we will at least ask more.
Okay.
You go ahead.
thank you. When they request the necessary permit as presented tonight, there will be the usual talk of boundaries, setbacks, and little said about the fill and the result of the historic drainage system that will be compromised for surrounding areas. That will be hardly noticed at first. But there's a residual effect on any of these wetlands when they are changed. And it shows on later on. So we always have to deal with that. Tonight's just another new building configuration that will be presented. This is the same ploy Mr. Patika and Patrick Gemma used for the Forest Lawn forested wetland area that is still being considered. Their policy was to keep throwing out ever-changing construction plans from 8 houses that were workforce housing, now down to 3 $1 million homes. Their policy is to keep throwing out changing construction plans like a magician's act and sleight of hand to see what may stick. The construction plan has changed a minimum of at least 4 times that I know of, and was at one point up to 11 living units, which it still is, and has now fallen back to 10 because I didn't see on the proposal at the post office that it's gone back with still an ADU. So we still don't really know what the final construction will be. Finally, this will be a cluster development to create a village appearance we all pay homage to, but forget at building sites with virtually no setbacks and bare of all trees. Will the city now allow Dave Spruce LLC to squeeze 10 units into a space in the center of our village downtown? Next to Dave Spruce LLC will begin the workforce housing story, as Patrick and Dave LLC did for Forest Lawn. The story soon fades away, and $1 million proposed structures, workforce housing for Spruce and First, will it come about? Each of you who volunteer your time serving on the planning committee have given for and to the city great attention to each detail going forward on Forest Lawn. Please apply the same thoughtful consideration and study to this overwhelming wetland project that will be front and center to our still trying to retain a quaint downtown. And destroying another wetland, unlike throughout Europe and Britain, where wetlands are now being rehabilitated and reestablished because of the drought from global warming has irrevocably changed their lands. We must begin to realize Cannon Beach is part of that same globe. That's what I worry about. We don't talk about green building in any of this. We don't talk about any mitigation to save part of the wetland. We're talking about draining anything that goes into it. I just want to know that at some point, the planning commission is coming to the realization that we are part of this globe and we need to be looking at these types of things in consideration. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there other presentations by opponents? Please come forward.
Jan Siebert, Warden, PO Box 778. I would just like to say from my heart that I don't trust this situation that you're being presented with. And just from listening tonight and the bit that I've been studying, I'm very concerned about the whole project. And I've tried to write with my husband a number of letters. I hope you've gotten those letters. And I just think this needs to be very carefully looked at. I know you all will. I'm very concerned about the drainage brought up tonight. We need to really make sure that the wetlands are nourished, not treated like there's some sort of unimportant feature in this environment. So I ask you all to please just do your best, and I know you will. I just needed to speak that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other presentations by opponents?
Lisa Kerr has her hand raised.
Lisa, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I have two questions, actually, not statements. I'd like to know, first of all, I read through the agreement, the whatever you want to call it, deed restriction agreement, community housing development agreement, I think it's called. And I'd like to know what is to stop the developer from terminating the agreement after, let's say, 5 years, because they can, according to the way the agreement is written, either side can before the termination of the 30-year period. What's to stop them after 5 years from terminating it and paying the prorated balance of all the waived fees and system development charges, because it pencils out as more profitable to rent the units as short-term rentals and pay off the fees? So I'm really concerned about that. I do not think the community housing development agreement is sufficient to protect the city at all. And the other thing I'm wondering about is, there's a, on the west side of the property, there's a commercial development with some galleries and stores. And I assume that the parking behind that building, not the parking underneath the condominiums, but the parking that is being incorporated into this development was part of the required parking for that commercial development. And it is now being incorporated into this new development to satisfy the requirement for the dwellings. So where will the required parking now be for the commercial development? What happens to it? It's no longer there. And I'm wondering if anyone can answer the question as to how that's going to work. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other presentations by opponents? Okay. Is there a staff response?
Well, just for Lisa's, we would definitely, Bill can have a review of that when it goes to the city council about the, if someone was trying to default on whatever they're doing. You want to say anything on that, or?
I haven't really, I've focused on the land use aspects of it. As I understand it, the city attorney handled the other agreement, and we haven't discussed, distribution of who handles what, but, certainly we can talk to her and make sure she's aware of these concerns, and, it's up to the council as to what those restrictions are.
Does the planning commission have voice in shaping those concerns?
Frankly, I don't know. I haven't dealt with that before.
We're going to jump in there like we like to.
Yeah, you can always make your recommendation. On the second note, there'll never be short-term rentals unless you change the short-term rental program because it's in a commercial zone. They can't do short-term rental, regardless who owns them. So that would have to go through ordinance changes. And then finally, staff recommends approval of list of the conditions, but I'll read through them. Shared off-street parking variance request for 13 spaces located on lot 1 and 3 offsite. Shared lot access and lot frontage on lot 1. And in the second motion, a development agreement containing affordable workforce housing requirements approved by city council recorded with Clatsop County, formation of a homeowners association with covenants, conditions, and restrictions describing shared access, parking, and common space maintenance agreements approved by city council and recorded with Clatsop County. Soils and geohazard report approved by the city building official prior to construction. Tree removal application, including TPZ protection measures and on-site arborist oversight during excavation reviewed by the city arborist and approved by the city prior to construction. Plat note indicating no intrusions within delineated wetland area and buffers, including accessory structures, fencing, or pedestrian or vehicular use. As number 6, plat note stating no further petition or subdivision permitted. And I would just note that I've worked on the deed restricted mixed type of homeowner association covenant agreements. When I was in Idaho, there's many copies from templates of that from Colorado and other areas. So it's not that uncommon of a agreement. So happy to provide those also to Ashley and the city attorney to help her work with that.
And you might have touched on this, but my mind was spinning on a couple of things at once. Lisa Kerr's question about the commercial parking overflow. Did you?
Yeah,
Maybe Mr. Benetta can speak to that.
Mr. Benetta can speak to it, but yeah,
Yes.
that they're not crossing.
Were you finished? Or Jeff, were you finished?
Yeah.
Okay. Does the applicant make additional statements?
Yeah, I would like to address Lisa's question regarding those 13 spaces. I was actually the architect for the Ecola Square conversion when Mike Clark bought Ecola Square and converted it to the second floor condominiums. And I can attest to the fact that those 13 spaces were always on the easterly parcel. In fact, if you look closely, there's actually a property line down the center line of the parking lot. And there's there's an agreement between Dave Pieta and the Ecola Square condominiums for a cross access agreement from one side of the parking lot to the other. And so that's why those parking spaces may have been used up to this point by some of the Ecola Square folks, but it's only because the easterly lot had not been developed.
Thank you. Any other proponents wish to make additional statements, or the applicant representative? Okay, well then we will close the public hearing and move to consideration. Thoughts?
Well, I could start off. I want to love this project because it does look like a fantastic idea to have some affordable housing downtown, and I'm willing to swallow the piece that involves more expensive cottages, for lack of a better word, in the sense that it would mean that we might get some affordable housing. But I agree with all the comments that there's a trust issue here. And I think we should ask ourselves very carefully, is there anything that we can recommend that we feel would help strengthen the chance that this will not simply become an abandoned affordable housing project? I think we've all seen it happen too many times.
It's a question we've had voiced by a few people tonight, and we're voicing. As I look through the penalty in what was structured, and I know you've said that isn't necessarily what we'd use, the penalty for the fees, and I don't know the direct fees, but I'm guessing they're not much, knowing our history with fees. Wouldn't be much, and it'd probably be pretty, it wouldn't, the math would be pretty easy in about 5 years as a market rate apartment versus affordable to just flip it out, pay the penalty and move on. So we'd have to figure out a mechanism to make it financially very unattractive. And that, and you know, there's examples I know out there, but that is one thing we'd have to address. I think for me, again, I am pulling for this project, and I'm conflicted on it too. I don't want to minimize the importance of our wetlands, but at some point we have these conflicting values that the city is trying to balance. And affordability is not something that we've done a great job with here, and it's something that we desperately need. So willing to be, look, as Mickey said, really willing to look very openly at an aggressive interpretation of how we can get as many units on there as we can for affordability. But then think about what's happened in the past when we've had, it wasn't called a cluster development, it was called a planned unit development. We had multiple lots, we had common areas, and it was a mess for the city, and it cost us a lot of money. And I'm assuming that knock on wood, it's settled down. But that is one of the concerns is I think about an affordable housing project next to, I don't know what a 1,000-foot house sells for, but it's around $1 million in Cannon Beach. Whose car gets parked in the lot, who's maintaining the yard in one way versus another, and just the general stereotype that we could come up with about, who's got a house and who doesn't. I don't want to set ourselves up or the city up for a fight. It would be nice to see one ownership on that site and some configuration that financially worked. This is beyond the scope of what's been presented to us. But if you had a model where you could incentivize the developer enough to get away from needing to sell $1 million houses to make it work, then we could get to a place where it maybe made more sense to consider it. What we're not talking about are taxes, which is one of the things that is often used in municipalities to bring developers to the table. It works in two ways. One, if it financially makes sense to build that housing because you're being given a tax break for some period of time, you'll do it. And two, you won't want to unwind it because then that's the lever you use to keep the developer engaged. If you come out of this program, you then owe the taxes back, or the taxes are immediately brought back. And those aren't small numbers like we're talking about with these fees. They're big numbers. That's how you get the developer engaged. Again, it's not what's on the table, but I wish it were.
Yeah.
I wish we could think that way because that's going to drive this conversation. And I would be willing to work toward putting it in the conversation. The conversation we have now, I'm leery of because of what we've seen happen with these developments. Well, the one that we know of most recently was just a mess for us.
Well, remember Sea Lark happened too.
And Sea Lark Unwound, and I that's not lost on, I've heard of that. And I heard about the condos as well. And there are ways to get out of those pretty quickly. I don't have any reason to believe Mr. Pietka has those intentions, but we certainly would have to set it up in a way that just made sure it was covered. Any other comments?
Yeah, my 2 cents, if you don't mind. I hate to sacrifice wetland, but we're getting a lot for it. The question I keep coming back to is, what variances are we offering with approval? And I can't tell from the way this proposal was put together what exactly we're approving, except for a cluster development that looks a little bit like a piece of paper. There's the parking variance, there's a setback variance, there's potentially a density variance. And I keep asking myself, with that density thing, would this pass muster under a high density zone? And I'm not sure it would. And for some reason, we're going under a commercial zone here, and we're interpreting a provision in the C1 commercial zone provisions that says, you can only use 50% of the property for residential use or a commercial property, but this is a commercial zone. And it would, or for the community to look at it, if we approach residential 3, high density, and then looked at what variances that Mr. Pietka would need to do this development. I don't think any of us are against it, but we have to go about it the right way. And I'm not convinced that building residential apartments and a cluster development in a commercial zone with absolutely no commercial property in there is the right way to do it.
Can I just respond for the ordinance? The ordinance does not require anything, like you said, a density, because there is no density attached to commercial development. Second off, you do not require all of the traditional cluster lot setbacks and all that issues, because in the commercial development, our C1 zone, we do not have yard requirements like that. So we're not held to any of those often dimensional requirements that are required. The two, as I stated earlier, the two variances you would be granting is a shared off-street parking variance request for 13 spaces located on lot 1 and 3 off-site. The second, shared lot access and lot frontage on lot 1. That's the only variances required in a commercial zone. The 50% we've already said that is for the residential, if you are doing residential in combination with commercial, which is not being done.
But Jeff, I look at our zoning requirements, chapter 17.22. The purpose of the limited commercial zone is to provide an area in which primary retail uses may locate in business areas of the city. It assumes that we're talking about commercial. And it says when you put the commercial in, you can also put in residential, provided it doesn't consume more than 50% of the space. For us to say, oh, hey, it's commercial zone, but it's okay to put in this development here, which I don't object to in any way whatsoever. And the reason we're doing it, by the way, is because we can get around some of the limitations of a R3 high density zone. Doesn't feel right to me.
So
Go ahead, Bill.
I understand what Commissioner Bates says about residential and commercial zones. The way you address that is by changing the code that you currently have, because the code that you currently have under 1722.010 gives a purpose. 72.020 then provides uses permitted outright. And one of the uses permitted outright is a residential use in conjunction with permitted uses where the residential use does not exceed 50% of the building's floor area. That's not what's proposed here. You go down to 22.030, and as a conditional use, which is what they're applying for, it has single family dwelling, modular housing, manufactured dwellings, 2-family dwelling, multifamily dwelling. If you want to have only commercial uses in the commercial zone, you're going to have to change your code, because your code right now allows residential dwelling, both as permitted use in conjunction with commercial and as a conditional use as outright residential.
I hear what you're saying, Bill, but the most you can say about that is this provision is ambiguous. This zoning provision is bad. We agree, but it's still commercial C1, which states the purpose is for retail and residential when the residential does not exceed 50% of the building space. If you go down to the uses that are conditional, it says one house. It doesn't say multiple houses. Now we can throw in cluster developments probably as a variance, but the cluster development provision says you have to comply with the density provisions of the base zone.
Actually, subsection K does say multifamily dwellings. So
we
Are you feeling like that's book closed on that?
I think that's books closed. Your code allows residential development through a conditional use, which is what they've applied for.
It's not like we're granting it outright. It is, you know, in more layman terms,
This is just doing a rezone.
that's going outside the box. I mean, how we go outside the box.
Outside the box. We're going outside the box now. We're saying there's an ambiguity in the code and we're going to take advantage of it.
Well, not necessarily. And we're also being told by our planner and council that that's our option. Doesn't mean we're taking it, but you know, The guys that are in the trenches on this every day are saying it's an option.
It's an option, but is it the right option?
Well, that's for us to discuss and decide.
Well, and that's why I'm asking the question.
Well, I mean, if you're saying you're for it, and why don't we change the zone? If we have
Let's do it
council saying we
right.
can do it, I'm not sure I understand the concern, Mike.
The concern is so we don't end up with a planned unit development issue like we did with the Nicholson property. So we have all these ambiguities built into our approval that we have to go back and clean up later.
Well, that is a concern I voiced as well in terms of what's in front of us tonight.
I don't object. I'd like to see Mr. Pieka do this, but I'd like to do it the right way so we don't have to come back and revisit this 1,000 times after the development's complete.
And maybe a bigger scope than we need to address tonight. Are there other people who want to weigh in on this?
Well, I agree with most of what you said. There has to be a balance, and we need affordable workforce housing. And if this is a way to do it, we need to move forward.
So, and I'm inclined to want the housing as well. I hear Mike's concern about cluster development and the issues that happened up on the hill and all that. And although I wasn't really part of that directly, my understanding was a lot of it maybe could have been avoided if the HOA had been put in place like it was supposed to be. There was never any entity that could be made to take care of the problems that came up later. Maybe that's a simplification. What Jeff said was that we would require the HOA to be formed before this could be, the permit to build could be issued. Is that a solution to that piece of the problem? I'm not.
That was
sure.
part of the.
I was not here when it was signed, and I can tell you, I've learned as well.
Yeah.
Well, I think it falls to Mike's point, which is to make this work under what we have, it's complicated. We're having to move a lot of pieces around to make this work. If we were to jump into a cleaner way, one way would be to just rezone the property, and then it's very simple what you're doing on it. It's high density residential.
Can I just say that no affordable housing is ever simple? I would just say. Yeah.
Less complicated.
Charles has his hand up.
Charles, please go ahead. You're muted if you may know that.
Can you hear me?
Gotcha now, you bet.
Okay. The only reason I think we're really considering this, of course, is the affordable housing. It really bothers me if after a few years, when it becomes economically feasible, that could go away. If that's the case, I kind of feel like Charlie Brown kicking the football again. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. I have a bad feeling if that's a possibility.
So Charles, is 30 years a term? Is that
what I hear is that at some point in time it becomes economically feasible. The developer can pay the fees and it will no longer be affordable housing. Is that wrong?
Well, no. Well, I mean, we've heard your recommendation that we would not, we would have our city attorney put in some stiff penalties for anything that doesn't get the 30-year horizon.
It'd have to be really, really stiff penalties for me to approve.
They are.
Well, they aren't yet. And I think that's my concern, that we haven't seen just what can be done legally in the way of penalties. That's maybe where I'm feeling uncomfortable just being told that, oh, we're gonna fix that, we're gonna have some stiff penalties. I feel like we're just kicking the can down the road. And if I can't see them, I don't know what that means. I feel uncomfortable. I also feel uncomfortable that we could easily grant the conditional use permit and the variances, and the affordable housing could go away completely by the time it gets to city council, or by the time we get to building permits. I feel like we don't have enough assurances.
Aaron, what are your thoughts?
I have the same, I have the same thoughts as everyone in the room, which is why I haven't spoken up. I personally would like to see the entire development. And I think, Clay, that's what you're getting at, Mike, maybe you too, Mickey as well, Charles, all of us. Why not have it all affordable? 18 units. Let's go back to that. I mean, it doesn't financially make sense. I've looked at this property. I've told you all that when we first started debating this months ago. And unless Pietka has a ton of money and he's very philanthropic and he wants to do a 20-unit affordable housing development where we waive the parking requirements and everyone has their bikes, or not their scooters, Lisa, but they have something other than a car, which, could very well benefit the city if there were 20, 30 affordable units right there. I mean, why not? We certainly could do it, and protecting the wetland as best as possible. Even with commercial down below, parking is what destroys it. Finance destroys it. And so without real incentives, there's no way I would sign off on this development without, the penalties being stiff, having that in writing. I've also looked at that at the affordable workforce document that's been referenced. And yeah, if that was all in place, I mean, where are we tonight? We're not voting yes for the development to move forward without lots of restrictions. So
Well, we are deciding, we're having a discussion about where we are, I guess. Having looked at this as from a development perspective, if the property taxes went away, or were taken down to just say an assessment on the land, would that have made financial sense for you as a developer?
No.
Still no.
Still no.
Okay.
Well, without the parking being waived, sorry.
Well, the parking is, I think that's something that we are saying can get waived.
From 13 spots to 0 or 4 or 6 or to 13 or 14, like Mr. Veneta said.
I think again, I'm not the architect here, but I think the parking could probably stay at the 13 it is. And some of those 1,000-foot houses could be combined to make a plex or 2 duplex. Again, just speculation on my part. I don't know that any of those assumptions would pan out, but
they don't pencil out financially from a developer standpoint, which is why he's trying to do the 4 units to sell on the open market. And let's hope that there's not, big disagreements with the HOA and the 6-plex.
Is that a rhetorical question?
Well, I'm, I no longer represent, but I was, for a long period, I represented the owners of a big affordable community in North Portland called New Columbia. And there's a homeowners association involved in that monster development. I mean, we're talking 1,500 to 1,800 residential units, and there are maybe 30 residential houses part of an HOA right in the middle of the thing. And, it gets complicated. But here with 4 units, I mean, it's a much smaller scale, but the same issues, very well could exist. So I do see that as a big problem. And Clay, you pointed that out earlier. And again, I like the vision here of Pietka, but 10 units, 4 of them to supply the other 6 is tough without more assurances, which is why I support something more than just 6 affordable units. We need more than 6 units. This really, I mean, yeah, this sounds nice because we're getting 6 affordable units, but at what cost? So I basically have the same concerns everyone else does.
If you had in front of you the regulatory agreement and a draft of a homeowners association agreement, would you feel different? And
I would, yeah,
you would.
sure. If we could look at that, I would feel different. I would feel a little different about it. Yes.
But not about the financial feasibility. You feel like to make this financially feasible, you need those houses.
Unless philanthropy is involved, and it's not involved in this proposal.
Right. Okay.
So as an aside and as a new member, so if you write, you make a decision and there are conditions attached, the implication is that this won't go through unless those conditions are met, right? And I think it seems to me some of the distrust that we feel with the process is once you set the conditions, how do you know what happens next doesn't change something that was important to you? Is that?
Yeah, so yes. So an example of that is I say it's a stiff penalty. You go, I want a stiff penalty. My stiff penalty is one value, yours is another.
Okay.
And if I haven't seen it, I can't really debate it with you.
So we could theoretically make a decision tonight with conditions attached, but we would be uncomfortable knowing that those conditions would be met.
I've heard that from several members. I would say, if I'm summarizing incorrectly, please let me know, anyone else. I would say that I've heard that from a few of our members tonight, that not seeing those arguments is concerning.
You know, the flip side of that, though, is that we generally are on a fairly tight time frame. This one got extended, right? Usually it's 120 days. And we don't always get the opportunity to keep asking for more and more documents so you can see them before you. And how do we get past that point? I mean, if we wait another 30 days and get some more agreements, now we're into November. It troubles me that we can't come to a decision more quickly.
Well, we can come.
I understand, but
we can come to a decision tonight. It is probably going to be a decision of moving forward or not. And if it's a not, I'm hearing several people say it's a not, but here's some things that we would like to see if it were to come again.
Okay.
Because I think let's also remember, Mr. Voneda gave us the original, very original drawings when the thought was do the 50-50 commercial, residential, and there were 8 apartments and then a commercial building in that original project. So I would love to see affordable, but if I am not certain that this is going to move forward and actually end up as a true affordable project that stays affordable, I would be just as happy saying, no, we don't need to do the conditional use permit. And he can go back to that plan, which is half residential, half commercial. And that had more apartments in it than this. And yes, those apartments were not going to be rent limited, but given the size of them, I don't know how expensive they would be. Since it's in commercial, they can't be short-term rentals anyway. They would have to be long-term rentals if he does that half apartment, half commercial.
Good point. Yeah. Any other discussion? Would anyone like to make a motion? I'm told I can't, so I just get to sit here and count hands.
Yeah, okay, I'll make a motion. I mean, we get to the same spot, what Lisa said and what I've been saying. So, it's either no or yes, but it's got to be 50% commercial and 50% residential.
I'm not sure I
So-
understand your motion, Mike. Could you?
I will say, I move that we approve on the basis that this development will be 50% commercial, 50% residential apartments.
I second that.
So if I understand, the motion is basically, the motion is to deny the conditional use permit.
That's right.
As it stands.
We have, I may need you here, Bill.
Yeah.
So we have an application in front of us. It has a proposal that they've asked us to say yes or no to. I think we need to start with that. And if there's some way that there's some version of what they propose can be put into what you're talking about here, then we need to make that clear. But in the proposal you've made, I think I could take the path that Mickey has suggested. It's a no, but not clearly. Bill?
Yeah. I mean, there's a motion on the table. The commission can either vote on it or it can be withdrawn. But as the chair said, you're reviewing a specific application, and the idea of we're going to approve something that's entirely different is problematic.
Okay, so I withdraw the motion and make a new one. I propose that we reject the proposal.
I second.
Jen, will you call the roll, please?
So he moved to deny, right?
Move to deny.
Carl, second. Okay, sorry. Commissioner Moritz,
No.
Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
No.
Commissioner Knopf,
No.
Commissioner Matusek,
No.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes.
4 no's.
Motion is fails.
4-3.
Further discussion?
I think my main issue is I still don't feel if we've fully considered, is there some way that we can write a condition that actually makes this enforceable enough that we can go forward with an affordable project here? And I think I'm open to the idea of denying, but I'm not convinced yet that our only option is to deny. That's why I voted against that particular motion at this time. I don't feel that I've quite explored if there's any way to make this strong enough by conditions.
So, and maybe it might help to focus on the condition that talks about affordable housing. What it currently says is requires a development agreement containing affordable or workforce housing requirements approved by the city council and recorded with Clatsop County. So the recording with Clatsop County is to ensure that it follows with the deed, follows the property. The question of what those affordable or workforce housing requirements is going to be approved by the city council. And so, at this point, we don't have that in front of the planning commission. So, is it enough to say city council approves it? Or are there other pieces that the planning commission would want to attach to it? And if there isn't something you can come up with, maybe you're back to denial, but I think that's sort of the starting point.
But it seems to me that the key issue is some feeling of assurance that it can't be reversed in a shorter period of time. And I don't know how to write that, but what we've talked about are penalties need to be stiffer than what they appear to be in the draft we've looked at. I don't know what other options there are, but that would seem to me to be the solution. I don't know how you tell the council that that's what we recommend, but I think that's what we recommend.
And so, is there, Mickey, would it satisfy you to, continue the hearing and have us bring back that language, that, a stricter penalty language?
Yes, I would be very happy to actually have a document in front of me that I felt imposed the penalties that would actually make sure that this remained affordable, and then I would vote yes.
How do other people feel about that? Well, 4 probably feel like that's pretty good.
Yeah, I
Say
think
that's
that's
something.
a good approach.
Okay. It doesn't address the homeowners association that we had, three people had voiced concern about. Other thoughts on that? Are people okay with that?
Well, Jeff, could you at the same time bring forward an example of what the agreement would look like? Is that too short notice, or could you provide that as well?
I can provide it, yeah, a sample. I think we run it by Ashley and see, what she's got, her take on it.
I have a question about homeowners associations. How many do we have those? How many of those do we have in the city that you know of?
I don't know.
Probably one.
That's
Any
one.
condominium is.
I think the condominiums, that's,
Is the other part of Ecola Square, is that a homeowners association?
I'd have to follow up.
Condos, I believe they would be.
Okay,
Yes. Yes,
It would
is.
have,
they are, okay.
Maybe that's something that we could consider. Because it's a mix of residences
Right.
and a commercial, it's
Right.
sort of like residences and a rental unit, maybe.
Other voices on this, or do we want to move to continue with those documents that are for consideration next time? And timing wise, we were out to
January 3rd, I think, is
January.
January something.
yeah. So have a motion on that line? Certainly continue it.
So I would make a motion that we continue, sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mickey, can I just clarify when our next meeting is? November
22nd.
22nd, okay. Okay, sorry, Mickey.
Sure. So I would make a motion that we continue this matter until the November 22nd meeting so that we can review an enhanced deed restriction with greater penalties as well as a sample HOA agreement.
I second.
Jen, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Knopf,
Yes.
Commissioner Matusik,
yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritz,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes. This item is moved forward to our next meeting. Let's take a 2-minute break and come back to our next agenda. item.
Say 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Is that enough time? Okay, we'll continue this meeting. Our next item is also a quasi judicial hearing regarding ZO 22
It's not quasi,
01.
the legislative. Right?
Yeah. it's still-
Are you guys messing with me? You're just having fun.
That darn copy and paste. Sorry.
Yeah, whatever they said. On behalf of Haystack Rock LLC, requesting a text amendment of the Cannon Beach Municipal Code, Title 17 zoning regarding notice and procedural requirements for citizens to receive electronic notifications of applications processed by the Community Development Department. Administrative decisions, and expanded public notice for permits concerning hazard areas, environmentally sensitive lands, and new roads. The request will be reviewed against the criteria of the municipal code, section 17.86, amendment criteria. Does anyone object to the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission to hear this matter at this time? Whom you don't. You're standing there though.
Been waiting for a while.
Does any commission member believe he or she has a conflict of interest or personal bias? Has any commission member had any ex parte contacts or made, never mind that. Okay, with that in mind, Jeff, do you have a staff report?
Yeah, so we received Mr. Rasmussen's October 26th letter. You know, he had mentioned at the meeting prior that he would get us the zoning codes to compare against. So he did get us those yesterday. And so I just want to touch upon those three first. And so he's got Marion County Zoning Code 17.111.070. Let me read that for you. 17 which county? Okay, Marion County 17.110. Okay. The Marion County .17.110.070 says file decisions and notices of the decisions following the close of the hearing and receipt of all the evidence and arguments. The hearing officer shall issue a written order of recommendation. The order shall be transmitted to the board's office copy. Copy of the order and file shall be transmitted to the director. For planning commission decisions, the director shall prepare a notice of decision or recommendation. 3, for quasi judicial decisions, the board shall issue a written ordinance for zone changes, comprehensive plan amendments, or written order for other types of applications. The order or ordinance shall be filed with the county clerk. Part B of it says notice of the decision of a quasi judicial land use action shall be mailed to the applicant, the applicant's representative, the owners of the subject property identified in the application, those who testified at the hearing, notice in writing, and others as required by law. But this is only for, as I said, quasi judicial land use actions. It's not for just anyone that any permit on this property next door. So the next one he quoted was Aurora, 1676-100. 1676-100 says, decision by planning director. Notice A, notice of the planning director's decision on an application pursuant to section 1678-080 A. So let me get back to that. So 080A says, planning director shall the authority to approve, deny, or approve conditions. So these limited actions, determination of a parking requirement for unlisted uses, determination of visual clearance area, determination of access, egress, and circulation plan pursuant to Public Works design standards, signs, type 1 home occupations, and telecommunications facilities. Those are the only ones that apply to this right here. And any person can request notice on those, but only those limited on an application. Okay. Next up, he says, got Poos zoning code 17.162.120. So 17.162.120 says, notice of decision by the planner. A, notice of the planner's decision on an application, not just any request for anything that ever comes through on this property for a certain time period, for an application pursuant to the section of 17.162.090A Once again, very limited what it applies to. Interpretation subject to 17.01050, determination of a parking requirement for unlimited uses, determination of access, egress, and circulation plan pursuant to Public Works design standards, sign exception, sign variance, minor variance pursuant to chapter 17.134, and a type 1 home occupation, pretty much the same ones that the other one says. So very limited context that those are working in. They're not just asking for any kind of permit that's ever going to happen on this property for any length of time, 60 days, 30 days, whatever is being requested. Second thing, in the letter from Mr. Rasmussen, he says, as you may recall, last year we submitted a code amendment request with new notice and requirements for certain access applications. As part of that process, staff indicated that it would implement a new online protocol for sharing informational and land use application. It implemented the website-based posting related to Robert's new similar house application, but then inexplicably approved this Roberts's new development with no notice to neighbors and no posting on the website. I think this may be the third time I have explained it. So, they got their request in a day after the day before that zoning became in effect. So if they got their application in prior to that, yes, their zoning ordinance did not apply to that. And so, the third thing that, Mr. Rasmussen says that these would make better decisions for more public. And then he listed Harding Garage, Forest Lawn, Stability Beam. These were all appealed. Most of what has been appealed has been noticed, if not every one of those decisions he's talking about. And mainly they're appealed because it's one neighbor against another neighbor. It has nothing to do with really my decision. My decision's going to get appealed. That's the way it's becoming in this contentious state that we're in. And so, I think that, he said he was going to bring all of these, that they're way out there. Everyone does this. The proof that he's given us does not say that. And I wanted to point that out. The record shows that if you guys want to read these, they're available. He gave it to us yesterday, and we checked those. They're not the same thing. And it's a very different thing we're talking about. So, we do about 200 approvals a year for permits. So, if anybody wants any permit for any property, I think we've made the effort by going to this electronic permitting system. If Mr. Rasmussen gets a decision now, it will be posted on that electronic permit system. And all of the permitting now, he can check every single day what's going on in that property. And so, I think that we've made the effort to become transparent, and by, even the title of the letter, which says subject, please do not exclude the public and planning commission in matters of public interest. No one's excluding the public from these decisions. You guys have been involved in every one of those appeals, and you've made your decisions on those. They took the appropriate processes, and that's what we assured with the neighboring property. I can tell you this, that if quite likely, in all likelihood, the other side would be appealing if the other decision. So that's where we're at. So, to say that it's making better decisions, I'd like to see the proof of that, inexplicable proof of that. So, so that's my staff report on that. And, I do think that just claiming that the claims that have been made that, it's not going to cost much staff time and resources, those are just claims. I'm the one who deals with it daily. I know my staff and my resources. To just come in and start claiming these things, where's any proof of that? I don't see any other documentation entered into the record saying that other departments do this and, it's costing them, they can handle it easily. And I think Mickey asked for, an electronic, just one proof of another system that's doing this electronically, and maybe that's a way to do it. I haven't seen any of that. So
That it?
Yeah.
That's okay. Hey, Bill, I just want to make sure we're on track here. So legislative session, we can run this like more like a work session. The legislative session, we're considering changes to legislation, but we're not running through proponents and opponents and.
You can do it however you want.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so anything further from staff? No? Okay. Mr. Rasmussen?
Thank you, Chair.
Excuse me just one second. Again, I'm winging it here a little bit. Are there any questions for Jeff from what he said from fellow commission members? Okay, let's let Mr. Rasmussen go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Rasmussen.
Thank you, Chair Newton. For the record, Will Rasmussen, Miller Nash, 111 Southwest Fifth Avenue, Suite 3400, Portland, Oregon, 97204. I'm here on behalf of Haystack Rock LLC, the owners of the historic Oswald West Cabins in Cannon Beach, the only National Historic Preservation Site in the city. I 100% disagree with Mr. Adams' characterizations of the code provisions I provided. The first one, he said, noted that the local jurisdiction will give notice for all decisions to anybody who requested it for quasi-judicial land use decisions. That might sound like some fancy big thing, but that is exactly what the Roberts home approval was that Mr. Adams approved without giving any opportunity for this commission or the public to even receive a copy of the decision, despite me jumping up and down for over a year, just asking for notice of the decision, not asking to go my way, not asking to do exactly what I want, just on behalf of a local, longtime homeowner asking for notice of the decision. That is not a big ask. I've been practicing land use law for 16 years. I ask for copies of decisions all the time. It's the first time I ever remember a planning director telling me, no, I'll only give you a copy if it's required by law. I would not be here today asking for this little code amendment if I didn't get that answer. It wouldn't have cost a dang thing to just send me that decision. And you want to talk about saving city resources. This is like the 5th meeting we've had on this thing. We're finally getting to a hearing. The code requires a hearing from this body and a hearing from the city council when a homeowner pays the fee and submits an application for a code change. So the city's going to give me this hearing tonight. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that public process that you're affording to me and the citizens of Cannon Beach to care about this thing. But that's just a code requirement. And I'm sure you took a look at the criteria applicable to a code change request. And I'm sure you noticed that doesn't have to do with if putting together a spreadsheet takes a little bit of time. The code criteria is actually, does it apply the comprehensive plan correctly? And I'm sure you took a second to read through our original submittal on what the comprehensive plan criteria are for citizen involvement in Cannon Beach. And policy 1 is citizens shall have the opportunity to be involved in all phases of the planning efforts of the city. I don't know how citizens are supposed to be involved. They can't even get a copy of a decision that they asked for politely. I might sound like a land use lawyer jerk, but I'm really not. I'm a pretty reasonable guy. But the panel plan policy that applies is citizen involvement, policy 1. Citizens shall have the opportunity to be involved in all phases of the planning efforts of the city. I think we meet that criteria, and I haven't heard any reason why denying citizens that request the opportunity for notice of a decision to just know about the decisions enables those citizens to be involved at all. The other applicable comprehensive plan policy I'd highlight for you is procedure policy number 1. That is, the planning commission is primarily responsible for administration of the land use ordinances of the city. You got appointed to do that. It's your duty, it's your job to be responsible for those ordinances. And if citizens who care about this community, who might read the code a different way than the planning director, care about it enough to just want a copy of the decision so that they have the opportunity to appeal it. There's a process, by the way. The appeal process says if you're an aggrieved person on a land use decision, you can appeal it within 10 days or 14 days. But if you can't even hear about the decision, you can't take it to the planning commission to have the planning commission perform its duty to administer the land use ordinances of the city. So, all due respect, I know staff is trying its best here, and I know dealing with land use laws and codes and people in the city of Cannon Beach and the state of Oregon is a difficult job. That's what the code says are the criteria applicable here. And I would sure tell you, this code amendment proposal meets those criteria to a T. And I would just be, just having practiced in this community for 12 years, knowing how much the citizens in this community expect to be involved in the decisions that go on in City Hall. I would just be shocked if the planning commission recommended to not allow people to get notice of decisions that they asked for. The amendment proposal allows the city to adopt a form. It says they can make the request limited by time and by property. So you could say you can request notices of decisions that relate to this property for 1 year. That to me is a simple spreadsheet. I don't know how many properties you think there are in the city that have people jumping up and down, but as somebody who reads all of your minutes every month, reads all the city council's minutes every month, I'm guessing you're dealing with 10 to 20 properties a year. That's annoying, but I'm just telling you, in my experience, you're going to be much better off letting those people participate in a local process here with the planning commission and the city council than forcing us outside of the local process. The practical effect of not giving that notice is exactly what happened in the Roberts decision. 50 people came and testified in opposition to a development on that site. Geotechnical hazard site, an active landslide site in the oceanfront setback, a vegetated corridor acknowledging the comprehensive plan, right up the hill from Haystack Rock, something everybody cares about. 50 people testified, planning commission denied it, city council denied it, LUBA upheld it, new development proposal comes in. Planning commission denied stability beam for the smaller house. A couple months later, city staff approves a home contingent on that stability beam. Are you surprised that you've got a code amendment proposal here saying, hey, give us notice? Because the way that it should have gone is staff makes a decision, conditionally approving it. Interested citizens have the opportunity to be involved by appealing it to you. Instead of that happening, the appeals went to LUBA and the lawsuit got filed at the circuit court. Now, you want to talk, I know these meetings cost time and money, and it is a burden on the city, but having to pay for Bill and potentially Wendy Kellington and me to run off the LUBA and circuit court cost this city more money, and it's going to end up back here. If you don't think that decision is not going to end up back here, I'd bet you a beer on it. So when I say it does save the city time, money, and resources, I'm not just making it up. You can look at that plastic example right there. That one did not get appealed to the planning commission simply because the notice didn't come out. Another thing it forces is it forces the interested citizens be in an adverse position with the city. I don't want to be in an adverse position with the city, but if the city tells me I won't give you notice when we make a decision, that makes me feel like I have to file a public records request regularly. I do that in Cannon Beach. This is the only jurisdiction in the state of Oregon. I'm currently working in about 12, 15 jurisdictions. This is the only one that I submit a regular public records request in, because I don't feel like I've been told I won't get notice of a decision I requested. So the only way I can get that notice is a regular records request. I find out about a decision in that, and then appeal period's already run locally, so we're off at state court, we're off at LUBA. That's not good for my clients, obviously, and I just really my bones don't think that fits the character of Cannon Beach. I don't think the character of Cannon Beach is to tell somebody, no, I'm not going to tell you about that decision. So that's why we teed up this code amendment proposal that's in front of you today. I really do think it's a good thing for Cannon Beach. And I just think it's a natural outcome when decisions get made that don't allow people who are jumping up and down asking for notice and opportunity to see the decision when it comes out and access the provision that's already in the code that says aggrieved parties can appeal a decision to the planning commission. I'll pause there in case there's any questions from planning commissioners here or online.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Rasmussen?
Yeah, sure. We had this discussion the last time this came up in a work session, but I still am a little bit surprised that you feel like you can't get the information now, because I know that as of now, permits are being posted on Excella. So I know last time you hadn't had a chance to look at Excella. In the meantime, did you get a chance to log on to that system and see how it works and see if that would fulfill what you're looking for? Because when I get on Excella, I can find the information I'm usually looking for.
Yeah, I logged onto it. I poked around with it. It's got interesting information in it. I'm not sure how complete it is, and I'm not sure how frequently it's updated with decisions, and particularly these small kind of land use decisions that there seems to be disagreement between me and the city on whether it's just a building permit or a land use decision, a building permit. And regarding right of way, there's a lot of things going on in public right of way right now in the city that are driving development and impacting development. And it's important that it's written in the code for two reasons that this code amendment is adopted for 2 reasons. One, staff told me I can only count on getting notice for sure if it's in the code. If they decide not to update something to Excella, I don't want to just kind of rely on their practice or their telling me they're going to do it. And two, it impacts whether we can subsequently access land use decision if that notice isn't due. So if it's not in the law and they don't do it, there might be no recourse to pull it back to the planning commission in the city for actually interpreting its code like it's supposed to at the planning commission level.
So if I summarize what you just said properly, there's two issues. One is you don't trust how quickly information is ending up on Excella. And two, did you feel like you were not finding certain types of permits? You said like rights of way permits, et cetera, like you couldn't locate those?
Yeah, and I don't pretend to be the expert of that. It's a complicated program, but all that what you said is accurate, both of those things, plus having it in the law has a real relevance. Having the code has a real relevance for if for whatever reason, be it an intentional decision or an accidental decision, if something's not posted in time and a person doesn't get noticed, if it's in the code, that the state law creates a mechanism to get it back to where the decision should be made here at the planning commission and city council.
Because the way that I'm trying to balance this in my mind is that we are talking about this in the code audit. It is very definitely going to be addressed. So if we don't do something right now, it will happen within the next year. My question is, can Excella be the stopgap? Does it work well enough that instead of trying to hurry this along without our consultants having had a chance to bring us their best efforts, this may be completely rewritten in the next year, even if we did make a suggestion tonight, because during the code audit process, they may say, oh no, that's not what we want for our city. I'm trying to picture, can Excella do the job just long enough? Because there will be a fix. I feel absolutely certain that all of us in this city really value the notice, the idea that all of our citizens know what's happening. And I just want to make sure we're not jumping ahead when we don't need to, when maybe we could wait that time for the code audit to complete.
So a year from now is too late for my purposes. The Robertses are trying to get their development done out, in the shadows, not in the sunshine of public hearings. And that's reason one. Reason two is we may as well do it now because we're having the hearing now. This is planning commission hearing. I'm entitled to a city council hearing on this. So if you're concerned about there being a stopgap, have this language be the stopgap, and I'll gladly participate in the code audit as well if you think you need to come back to this. But to the degree of kind of how to survive between here and the code audit is a question. The proposed code is much better than the existing code because the existing code just has this hole in it.
So can I clarify though, Will, so are you saying that the ordinance you passed last year, if you you don't believe that a decision made on the Roberts, that it's protected by that?
So, well, we'll see what Luba says on, on the current pending one. But the code amendment from last year relates just to the access way,
Right, exactly.
just
Right.
to a road coming in there. It does not speak at all to decisions on the house. And this code amendment gets the house too. So, frankly, I was, might have noticed, surprised, disappointed to not get notice on the house. That's why this code amendment proposal addresses things getting approved on that house for when I suspect it gets remanded.
And so, I just want to clarify that point. So you're not certain that you'd get notice for if you put in the same application?
I mean, I'm not certain. No, I mean, if you tell me here on this camera, like, I will absolutely give you notice on any new building, land use, development decisions on that house. I'll go talk with my client and see if they say, nah, all right, we'll trust them. I also think
I think I've said that repeatedly. You know, I've just said earlier in this thing, Will, that I said if they would have done this a day later, you would have got notice. I think I've said that 3 different meetings.
you have, but I assume that only related to the road and
that brings up.
I also felt like you told us in that last code amendment proceeding pretty clearly, and I resisted the urge to go pull the video. Actually, one of my associates has, I just haven't looked at it, that you told us that you would put all information on that website, including decisions. And that didn't go up there.
And it didn't because of what we just explained, that they got their application in the day prior of that being adopted. So I can't. And if I would have made that decision, I guarantee you the other parties, Ms. Kellington and the crew, would have been doing the exact same thing you're doing. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
There's an extremely important procedural difference I want to just make crystal clear here. We're going to disagree. I'm going to disagree with Kellington. I agree with you on that. We don't see the world. We don't see the same world as it relates to this geotechnically unstable hillside. But whether we disagree and have a chance to come through the city, the planning commission here and the city council to reach a decision versus whether, like I said, at our last meeting, somebody has to make a decision on an island, and then an appeal, we don't have an opportunity to have the local conversation because local appeal period runs because we can't even get a copy of the decision in time. And we end up at Luba and circuit court has very real legal implications for the parties, the rights of the parties, that I think is bad for my client, bad for every other citizen in Cannon Beach. And just not the way the city really wants to be run, or at least the citizens of the city that I've seen come show up for 12 years of hearings.
So Will, one of my concerns is we are in the middle of that code audit, and there's a lot of time and effort going into that. And to do this well will take a lot of time to get it right, or we will have bound our staff with possible new rules that they can trip on something really simple. So I don't want to do that, but I also really respect the concern you have and want to find something that works. I will say that I didn't find it in any of the 3, and I'm trying to find it in any of the 3.
Let me explain the relevance of the 3 that you're looking at. One of them, I forget which one, basically says anybody can request decisions for quasi-judicial land use decisions.
Right.
That I believe includes the land use decisions related to the Roberts, not approved, the road going through there. So that's why I included that one. The other 2 basically say any citizen can request notice of a decision from a planning director decision. And then it lists, a subset of what those planning director decisions are. I chose to include those ones because if Cannon Beach wanted to model that for some reason, it would be very easy to take that and include in that list of planning director decisions all the sensitive things that play on this site. like geotechnical instability. You raised the point at the last meeting. Geez, it seems like the budding neighbor might want to know in a active landslide if their neighbor is doing grading. I tend to agree. I mean, it's kind of crazy to me that that's not already there. Development in the oceanfront setback could be on that list. Development with a road longer than 50, a new road or access way longer than 50 feet could be on that list. If you wanted to model, just pick those, almost every code has some sort of, anybody can get noticed.
But that's for an application. Will. That's for an application. And the same with Marion County, the one you suggested for any quasi judicial is not, that's on a hearing item, a quasi judicial hearing item.
I just briefed this not out of this Roberts appeal, and the word application appears all over the place. I mean, do you not think that they submitted an application for a building permit?
But I'm just saying, if it's limited to an application, I understand that. That's what we're getting at. I'm just saying, do you know what I'm saying? If you want to limit it, that's what I suggest. It's not just anything that comes through on this for 69 days. It's to say we want any information on that on this application.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I get your point. I get your point. So are you saying if somebody requested a notice of decisions on the Roberts site, on the Roberts's site, you would want them to say any decisions on the Roberts' site related to a specific application?
Just like Mickey said, e-permitting has every application that's filed. So you will see the application filed when it's put into the system. You would ask for any notice of that decision.
Well, that's reliant. The downside of that approach would be that it's, again, reliant on that system being uploaded and people just watching it.
What if that was considered public notice, and without that public notice, it couldn't have been approved? So let me put it another way. The idea I had, and I was just parlaying off what you said there. The idea I had as something that might be simple, but may address the concern you have, is if it's put on to this electronic notification system, there is one, when it's put on, when the application comes in. Two, there's a tentative approval by the planning director, or actually I get planning director and there's a couple different phrases, but we can.
Sorry, I always say planning director. That's probably not the right title in Cannon Beach.
Community,
anyway. That before that was approved, it had to be posted on that website for a period, and we make that time up. And that would be the appeal time.
I would need to talk with my client about it, and I'd need to really make sure it syncs up with Oregon's land use law system. We've got, it needs to fit within the statewide regime too, but maybe I need to talk with my client about it. It's just important to me that it's reflected in the law in a clear enough, or in the code in a clear enough way where we can say, okay, this person requested a notice of decision, and they either got it or they didn't. If it's just something that's posted somewhere and we're kind of assuming the entire public is going to know, I kind of question whether it gets there. Like, what percentage of the Cannon Beach public do you think knows about the website?
Very, very little, but it's the difference between being proactive and reactive on the sense, on the part of someone who has a concern, as you do, as your clients do. You're proactively looking, you said that, at this. You would be on top of this. If I see a bunch of flags in my neighbor's lot, I might be more proactive than not. Maybe I wouldn't know to do that. But one of the concerns I have, and I may be willing to come over it, just depending on how simple we can get there, is by putting that on our planning director. It could be contentious. What happens if notice isn't received? I mean, I saw in one of the language, and Bill, this might be a question for you. If they have the wrong email, what happens? Or, at what level do we let these decisions be, Jeff's? Each of these different code, well, two of the three had, these certain places where you could make that decision or a decision. So rather than trying to dive into that level of detail, what if the stopgap was along the lines of what Mickey said, but rather than just have it posted out there, have it appealable. Until it's been posted for 14 days, whatever the period is, it does not go into effect.
So all of the decisions I'm aware of, like for example, I'm obviously focused on this Roberts site, kind of closer than most people would. All of the decisions are appealable. Like the small house was appealable. The issue was actually learning about the decision, knowing when the decision happened. And that's the case for the kind of building development permit for a small house. That's also the case for right-of-way improvements. That's kind of scary, but the right-of-way code says any aggrieved person can appeal a right-of-way decision, but there's no way to ask to know when that decision is made until these code amendments are adopted.
Except for the right-of-way extension, which you just had. Anything in an oceanfront setback, just what you passed last year, which is in effect. It's now in effect, right?
I think so.
Well, it is. I mean, just because you got you got upset about this, well, that's because it wasn't in effect. Now it is in effect. It was effect, right? And just because, they got their application for the alternative house in prior to the adoption date or the official date of that ordinance, that's the whole point we're here tonight, in my opinion.
So as it relates to that ordinance, since you bring it up, are you expecting that there's going to be hearing at some point when the Robertses actually say what they want, what driveway or road they want in there?
Yeah, I think they have to get that approval from.
Actually, before you say anything, maybe let's give Bill a second to say if it's a terrible idea to answer that question or not.
I don't think the city council is going to approve a right to use that property for a private, for a driveway without hearing from the public. I could be wrong, but I would be surprised.
Well, I certainly expect and hope there to be a public hearing that actually starts with the planning commission, moves up to the council on whatever actual design. I don't think they've actually said what design they want, but that's one of the issues that we're going to hear from Luba on pretty soon. I respectfully ask that the planning commission recommend adoption of this. I think, it's not perfect, but it actually functions and fits within the code to let citizens know what they want. I really, by limiting it by a request per property and limited amount of time, I don't think this ends up as more than a spreadsheet. Like how many properties do you really think that Cannon Beach really has that folks are going to ask for notices of decision on? I mean, I can think of a dozen, maybe you can think of a few more, but it's not going to be 1,000. So.
We have further questions for Mr. Rasmussen.
Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. You had your hand up for a while. Mike, please go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't know. I didn't know I had my hand up. No, I have no questions. Sorry.
Okay. Well, does anyone have questions for Mr. Rasmussen? Okay. Well, you don't have to leave out. We'll keep it open.
Okay, I'll be here if any questions pop up.
How about discussion amongst ourselves?
The others in the audience who might too.
Oh, thank you, Bill. Yes, that's a good idea. If there's members in the audience who'd like to voice their opinion, we have a hand.
Is the only
Lisa beat you to it, Aaron. Hold on
go
one second,
for it, Lisa. You're probably going to say what I have to say anyway.
Oh, well. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. I completely sympathize with why the LLC is asking for this, because I went back and listened to all the planning commission meetings till I found the one where the planning commission unanimously decided that they were going to deny the stability beam on that property. And then we come to find out that what happened was it was approved administratively, and none of us knew about it. Nobody knew about it. And that's why this whole thing is happening. I just don't even understand how that could have come about. I really don't. But I just want to say something else, because I use Excella twice a week for a considerable amount of time as part of a job I do. And I go to Excella, I press on land use applications, I press on related documents on each particular land use application. This is for Clatsop County, not for Cannon Beach. And I get drawings, building plans, geotech reports, wetlands delineations, everything is right there on Excella for me to look at. When I go to Excella for Cannon Beach, I press on land use applications and I get a list of the various land use applications that have been put forth. But there are no related documents associated with them. I press on related documents, there is nothing. There are no drawings, there are no geotech reports, there are no wetlands delineations, there's nothing. It's just the fact that there is one. And I've been talking about this ad nauseum about Excella and wanting to have an expanded Excella, which has all that information on it, so that right now I have to put in a request to the city. I have to come into the city hall. I have to have one of the staff take their time to set out all the building plans for a particular building. Whereas if I could just press a button online, I could see them right there. And I know it's a big pain to upload them, but I think it's possible to form a system where you can do that. Right now, I don't think we have good enough notification of things like what happened on the Roberts property. I think it's a real problem. And I don't think the stopgap of the Excella that we have currently is good enough to address that problem. That's it.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, and I agree with Lisa there. I look around on Excella as well. The only downside from the city's perspective that it's more resources and more time. I mean, is that the main downside for this proposal?
Well, I think that there's also the, likelihood that something doesn't get noticed that's supposed to get noticed.
Okay.
Hello.
Lisa, did you have another comment?
Yeah, I do. That's true of anything, Jeff. It's the onus is on the person who is requesting notice to provide their last known email address of record. If they don't do that, then they're the ones at fault, not the city. That's true of any kind of notice.
I'm not saying that, Lisa. I'm saying that, it's the added burden of having to do that for more properties and more decisions. I'm not saying that, it's the same for all.
And there's, how many properties do you think are going to how many people in this city do you think are going to want notice of a particular property? I don't think it's going to be an overburden. I don't, and if you updated your Excella to make it as good as Clatsop counties or work like Clatsop counties, it would really solve a lot of problems. But it seems to me that the city doesn't want to do that. I don't know if it's because it's very expensive or you don't have the staff to do it. I'm still unclear why that can't happen, because the system works. It's great. And then as soon as a land use issue comes up and there's somebody who's concerned about it, they can do what they need to do to try and change it or mitigate it or appeal it or whatever they want to do. Or they can write to the planning director and ask questions about it. I mean, it's a system that works. And at this point, for some reason, I'm still unclear as why the city won't do it. But if they're not going to do it, then I think we have to do something else, like provide notice.
Jeff, what is your policy on updating Excel?
Yeah, so we put all the documents that we receive. We do not request, like the county is on plan review, electronic plan review. We're not on electronic plan review yet. We don't have the resources right now. I mean, we are discussing doing that when we get our new admin, which is next Monday. So, you know, I think that this next 6 months is our goal to get electronic plan review, but other data that we get for applications, we have additional materials that can be put up there now. They may not be for all of the ones that Lisa's looking into, but I think that's possibly because she's looking for building permits.
I can also speak on this because I'm kind of the primary user for Acela. When a application is finalized with the city, all of the pertinent documents are uploaded to it. When it gets pushed out with the decision, say, for example, a tree permit, this shoreline stabilization, you know, all of that, all the staff reports, tree reports, arborist reports, all that is attached as it gets pushed out. Very often we have live applications on Acela that will have only the application as the attached document. The reason is we don't have anything else to attach to that record yet. I've got a number of records that are open right now where I'm waiting for additional information. I'm waiting to hear back from Jeff Gearhart with his tree report. I'm waiting for some other sort of information. And then typically when I get that information, it's going to happen at the same time a decision is made, everything gets uploaded, and then the record is pushed out complete.
And every decision, publicly noticed decision is being put up to the public notice page. So, you know, yeah, and there's so much more available electronically than when I first arrived 3 years ago. You know, it's laughable. I mean, we didn't even have e-permitting when I came. And so, you know, we are making gains at this. We have, you know, like I've argued repeatedly, we would have this decision would be up there. So
is there anything in this? I mean, there is a lot of I don't have the word. There's a lot of momentum in the direction of something like this based on
one of the code
issues.
Audit will do that.
It will, but we also have council who's been most impacted by this, saying we need something sooner. This is an ongoing issue. Is there anything in what's been proposed by Mr. Rasmussen that you could say, listen, if we didn't have this, it's workable? So maybe, you mentioned you have 200 applications in a year. And I noticed in two out of three of these other jurisdictions code that they listed certain things that could be done without. Well, I might have stretched. I looked at some of the way that they frame this and I thought, well, maybe there's certain things that could be done without automatic notice or these processes. But as you look, I guess back to a simple question. As you look at what's been proposed, is there a way to make this work or something like this? I know we have Acela in place. We've heard that is a process that isn't trusted. And just in hearing you tonight, it looks like it's a system that doesn't work as efficiently as it ultimately will. So if we take a look at what we have, how can we make what's been proposed work?
Well, but I want to, I understand what you're saying, but I want to recall the things that, because Mr. Rasmussen keeps pointing out that he wants it in law, he wants it in code. The three that he pointed out are not there. What he is suggesting is not in the three that he's provided you of the law and the code. And so, yes, we can make an application suggesting things, a short time frame for this or whatever. It's not in here. It's not in Marion, Aurora, or Scappoose to do that. And so what I'm saying is we are going beyond what much further in what he's got provided for you and us to review and what he is suggesting others are doing and what he wants it in code. So, yeah, I can take that back, and if you want me to, come back next month and give you suggestions on that, if that's the direction you're wanting to go. But I'm not going to sit here tonight and come up with those.
Sure. Well, I tend to agree with you about them. It is not written in what we saw. There's pieces that could be brought together to do that, to address a very real issue that we have, or maybe have. Other members have thoughts here?
Well, I think the direction we should go is you should go through the proposal and come back with.
Yeah, and I'm happy if Mr. Rasmussen shows me another example that is, more of what he's wanting. But, getting from here to what he's written is that's a tough stretch, so I'll limit it to this type of thing and be happy to do that. But I'm happy to work with them. I worked with them a year ago and,
Make sure I want to understand your kind of question and Jeff's response. It's basically how to make that kind of look more like that. Like make a limited list of, planning director notices. Planning director make the decision on A, B, C, D. Then people who request a notice can get it, kind of a thing.
Well, I'll throw it out one more time and maybe we can come back and forth on it. I think there's a lot of momentum to adopt something like what you have here. My concern, I think, can be addressed by asking our planning director, hey, how do we pare this down so it works for you and addresses the concern that's on the table? What are those issues? Why doesn't this work? Point those out to us. Let's talk about it and come back to it. Does that answer what you were?
I think so. So do you want me to talk with Jeff about that?
And I would like to throw out one more thing before.
I think we can do that.
I think you guys can too. I've never been told this, but I'm going to take a guess that our city staff got put into a box where they knew they were going to lose either way. And they had to dot every I and cross every T in a way that they interpreted, right or wrong, you agree with or you don't. But I don't think there was any intent to deceive, not with the momentum that is in this city. And I know that's hard to hear. So with that in mind, you have a council that supports you in finding a planning commission rather that supports you in finding a way to protect the interest that we believe that you have a real cause for complaint here. We're trying to balance that against the last 2 years of, I'm not going to go too broad, of a huge issue that we are trying to bring into and support our staff in. So as you guys come together, as you work together, I think we can do this. I think we can find a way to protect you and your client. And I think you have a person in Jeff who wants to do that. But if you guys come to that conversation like I can't trust you, we're not going to do it, we're not going to get there. So in asking you, Jeff, what we can do to make this work, that's my hope. Is that I think that
did it 1 year ago. I mean, it's deja vu.
Will doesn't agree.
But I felt like I thought we succeeded a year ago, but then when I didn't get notice or wasn't told the decision was made, I felt like all that trust was lost.
I can't say it again. I've said it, 6 times.
Wilson,
You could have, nothing prohibited you from telling me.
I can't do it, Will. I couldn't, just what I've said. Okay.
You think you were prohibited from giving me notice?
I did think that. I mean, that's why I didn't give you notice, right?
Let's not do it in a public hearing, but ask your counselor if you were prohibited from giving me notice.
No, I'm just saying I made the decision the way I did. Okay. And if they would have got their application in 1 day later, then you would have received.
Right.
I think I've said that's 7 times.
Yeah, that's just,
I know, and you're not happy with
that's
that.
not answering the question. But
It is answering the question.
this isn't a cross-examination or anything, so.
we're open to
Good shot. I think I've understood the chair's request. I'm certainly willing to try to have that conversation with Jeff if he is, and see if we can come back with something that is less burdensome, but serves the needs of this particular push. Fair enough?
I like that.
He's buying the beer though.
Buy a picture.
We're gonna see what that decision looks like and then figure out beer, but okay.
So was, I think you were suggesting,
I'm suggesting that
motion?
the two of them play together.
yes, that's a motion.
Oh,
Do you have a motion or just direction to staff?
Direction.
direction
Okay, I like that.
staff
That's
to-
it.
right.
yeah.
Okay,
Is there consensus that
we should vote on, we should talk about that or vote on it, however we want to
you
do
don't
it.
have to vote, but it's like, yeah.
Anybody not like that idea? Anybody muted that we can't hear anybody, so I'm going to assume that that means nobody is objecting. Okay. I think we can muscle through our next item, unless there's someone who really wants to take a break. We're trying to move right along. Okay.
Yes, you probably should close the hearing.
Okay, then we are hearing on this matter is closed. We move on to our next.
Yeah,
Are we continuing it or?
We are continuing it. Thank you.
Yes.
You agree with that?
Yeah, we probably should have a motion to continue to a date certain. I apologize.
Okay.
I move to continue the hearing until the November meeting,
November 22nd.
22nd, 2022 meeting.
Do we have a
I'll
second?
second.
Then will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Knopf,
Yes.
Commissioner Matisse,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritz,
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes. The item is continued to our next meeting. Moving on, we have a quasi judicial hearing regarding public hearing and consideration of CU 22-04. Mike Morgan on behalf of Marilyn Epstein, request for a conditional use permit to allow the placement of non-structural shoreline stabilization project at 4007 Ocean Avenue. CU 22-04, Mike Morgan on behalf of Marilyn Epstein, request for a conditional use permit to allow for the placement of a non-structural shoreline stabilization. The property is located at 4007 Ocean Avenue in a residential moderate density R1 and oceanfront management overlay OM zone. The request will be reviewed under the Cannon Beach Municipal Code 17.12.030, conditional uses permitted, 17.42.060. Specific standards, and 17.80.230 and 360 shoreline stabilization and preservation grade. Excuse me. Does anyone object to the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission to hear this matter at this time? Does any commission member believe he or she has a conflict of interest or personal bias? Has any commission member had any ex parte contacts or made a site visit?
Site visit.
Site visit? May we have the staff report, please?
Yes, and there is an additional piece of correspondence that came in from Friends of the Dunes. It came in after after Jen sent out the latest information shortly before lunch, I believe. And so that letter has been furnished to you. I believe it's also been emailed out.
Would any of the commission members like a moment to review that before we move on?
I would.
Okay, we'll give you a minute there. I'm going to take a moment with that in mind. Everyone had a chance to review the letter? Okay. May we have the staff report?
Yes. This is an application for a non-structural shoreline stabilization at 4007 Ocean Avenue. The application states the property has experienced erosion over the previous 2 to 3 years resulting from king tides and seasonal storm surge events. The geotechnical report prepared by Corning Geosciences indicates that the shoreline erosion on the property occurred in conjunction with a storm surge in January 2022. Excuse me. The proposal is to use a cobble berm with sand fill and vegetation similar to those approved at other properties in Cannon Beach, using a method that has been suggested by the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. This berm would be approximately 50 linear feet long along the oceans of property's ocean facing property line. It consists of 4 to 8 inch round cobbles, which would then be covered with sand and planted with beach grass and willows. This style of revetment is designed to absorb and dissipate incoming wave energy while maintaining a more natural appearance than riprap or a seawall. This property, as it was built in the 1940s, is, I believe, eligible for a riprap stabilization. However, prior to any application for riprap would be made, they would have to go through a demonstration process that less invasive, less impactful methods of erosion stabilization have been attempted and failed. And I'm not aware of any application or an intention to go to riprapping on this property. I'm just making that observation. The conditions on the property are that there is a steeply escarped area between the yard of the property and the beach level below. So this would establish a more natural gradient and would provide a absorption area, if you will, for incoming tidal events. And as stated, this would also be very similar to other proposals earlier this year on Ocean Avenue and other areas in the Tolovana Park area.
Yeah, okay. We talked about additional correspondence, I assume. That was it. Okay.
Additional correspondence.
Okay, we'll move to public testimony. The pertinent criteria to be considered and noted in the staff reports and listed on the criteria sheets on the meeting page of the city's website. Testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed toward those criteria or other criteria in the comprehensive plan or municipal code, which the person testifying believes apply to the decision. Failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the decision maker and the parties an opportunity to respond to an issue precludes appeal based on that issue. Prior to the conclusion of the initial evidentiary hearing, any participant may request an opportunity to present additional testimony, arguments, or evidence regarding the application. The Planning Commission shall grant such requests by continuing the public hearing or leaving the record open for additional written testimony, arguments, or evidence. Persons who testify shall first receive recognition from the chair, state their full name and mailing address, and if appearing in a representative capacity, identify whom they represent. Is there a presentation by the applicant?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Mike Morgan, planning consultant. My address is P.O. Box 132, Cannon Beach. I think it would have been nice to have the letter from the Friends of the Dunes a little bit before this afternoon, but I will, and I've only gotten it just as you have, but I'll try to respond to some of the comments. Again, this is the fifth project this year in the Tolovana area. Actually, one was in at the end of First Street and Laurel, but the other four have been approved with conditions. The request, it's fairly clearly stated, is no more than 50 cubic yards of imported material, such as cobbles or sand, be placed west of the state line, the vegetation line. We've done this many times. That, you know, it's clear that 50 yards is adequate and can be measured. The staff, city staff, will, as they did before, make an appearance and observe the deposition of the material. We haven't gone through a full year of king tides and major storms, so we don't know exactly how these structures work, but you know, it is so much easier and less contentious to apply for the cobble berm, because it seems to be in the favor of organizations such as the Orca and Friends of the Dunes, that, you know, going through the riprap process, unless the house was teetering on the edge, seems like it would just take tremendous amount of time and legal funding. So we would like to try the 50 cubic yards and see how it reacts in the next couple of years, especially if the willows can gain a foothold in the sand. There's always going to be some sand picked up by the process, but we have been importing dune sand from offsite that would mix with the cobbles and give it a substrate for the willows or grasses to take root. I should point out that, or I did point out in the findings that on one side of the to the south of the property are several riprap walls. The north is the city staircase, a big, fairly sizable concrete structure, and then north of that is if those of you that have seen it, it's an old seawall that was built back in the who knows, the 20s, 30s, something like that. And as with the rest of Tolovana, my estimate is that more than 50% of the properties in Tolovana are riprapped, and that's because the natural course of sand is coming from the south with the big storms and ending up in places like Breakers Point and Chapman Point. So Tolovana is really taking the brunt of these storms, and will continue to do so as the king tides increase, storm surges, sea level rise, etc. So I think that pretty much covers it. This is fairly straightforward. We will have Tom Horning on site. There was some confusion in the submission of his first report, but the second report does explain that it is the Epstein property that we're talking about. And there was a comment in here, something about McEwen mulch for the Amo property. We did not end up using mulch for that property. We brought in sand from outside, which is very clean and didn't need the analysis that we would have done with the compost. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
I had a couple of questions if no one else does.
Go ahead, Nikki.
Just to clarify, so just now you said there would be no more than 50 cubic yards, but the application said 50 plus 10, which would put you over the requirement for an ORPD permit. So this, your latest statement is actually what we're going with?
I don't think the application does say 50 plus 10.
Oh, maybe it was in the staff report. I think it was in the staff report.
Yeah, I know that 50 is the absolute cutoff line, so I would have not said 50 or 50 plus 10.
Okay, and so I know you've done a number of these projects. Have you had one in place long enough to get a sense how they're actually holding up to the king tides?
No, previously we've done burritos. Before we started doing cobble berms, we did burritos, which have had mixed results on the ocean front, but no cobble berms.
And when I looked at this site, it actually struck me as the least eroded of the ones we've looked at this year. What's the hurry? You know, could we wait till next year? Because it sounds like you can't even plant the willows until January, February. Does it make sense to give a king tide season enough time that we have some knowledge about how these cobble berms actually hold up?
Well, several feet, as Horning says, several feet of the front has been eroded away in the last 2 years. And you know, I don't think anybody wants to lose 2 or 3 feet of their front yard a year just to see what happens. You know, the cobble berms are a very benign approach. There's already cobbles there on the beach.
I did see that.
It's not intrusive. It'll be planted with willows. We want to give the willows at least a couple of years to really grab hold. So, you know, I don't think that it's appropriate to wait, you know, a year or two to see what happens.
Okay, thanks.
Mike, there's been a lot of push on really getting these requirements pinned down and sticking to them. Would it be helpful for you in talking with the people that do need this help to have a season where we do this? Because Mickey's concerned about I agree, no one wants to lose a couple of feet off of their front, and we want to make sure that people's private property is protected. At the same time, it seems a shame to put up a system that isn't complete until the spring. So my thought is, well, what if we had a season and homeowners knew that, hey, you need to have your applications in ahead of time, so we have a chance to get these planted, you know, in the winter, get your applications in so you can get the word, get these in front of us, and we can get them approved. So we're not in the spot where, you know, these are just going to be getting in as we go into a season. The willows are just going to be getting in as we go into a season where they may get wiped out. Not saying we don't do it. I'm just saying if we tightened up that section of the language in here, might that push people to help understand why it's important that we be ahead of this rather than sitting here where that system isn't going to be complete?
Well, I suppose, but I mean, what's the problem with coming in, you know, in late October and asking for this request? I mean, what burden is there to ask for it in October so it can be done in November? and then planted in January or February. It seems like that's a natural progression. I mean, it's not a, again, it's a very benign action. And I just, I mean, if you wanted to set up some boundaries, say, July through August or it's the summer so they can whatever, but I don't think it's been a problem to date. I think that's a, problem. The solution looking for a problem.
If you look on a case by case basis, I think you could say that. But I think from a Breaker's Point, for example, and I've got a system that isn't complete, and you're saying the waves naturally push to Breaker's Point, and we have a system that isn't complete, i.e. the roots of those willows are not given the chance to anchor that sand in. I don't agree. So I'm looking for mechanisms to help you get people to understand we need to have these systems in place complete, not piecemeal, which is how I view it. If I'm missing something about it takes 5 years for these willows to actually do their job, I'm open to thinking I'm off on this. But my common sense approach, and again, this is your world, not mine, says these systems need a chance to, one, be complete, and just as a gardener, that those roots are not in there. They don't have a chance to anchor that sand, and then it's just going to get blown back away, and we're doing this again.
Well, I mean, I don't have a Rolodex of every Tolovana, property owner that I can contact and say, you've got to apply between, April and August. If you wanted to set some, calendar boundaries. But I mean, I just respond when people contact me through McEwen or whoever. I respond and bring it to you. I mean, I think I don't foresee a lot more of these. Certainly this year. Maybe, next year after people, if we have some big king tides and people start freaking out and, see their front yard, fall into the ocean, that's when McEwen or I get phone calls. So, I don't know how I could get the word out, to property owners that were in need. I think the sooner we can get those willows started, which would be in 3 months, and assuming they're going to survive for the entire growing season. Willows are very aggressive. I mean, they can really send roots down. So will beach grass. But I think it's very important to get them in at the proper time and get it, give them a start.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Morgan? Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Is there a staff response?
Yes, staff recommends approval of this permit, subject to the conditions included. And I'm going to be adding a condition on here. But number 1 is that the applicant coordinate this project with Oregon Parks and Recreation Department and obtain all necessary permits. The applicant shall obtain a shoreline permit from Oregon Parks and Rec if more than 50 cubic yards is to be used. 3, Planning Commission provides preferred vegetation planting guidelines as per Forest Management Plan 2018. Number 4, yearly monitoring of the area by photographic documentation for a period of 5 years submitted to the city by the applicant. And the additional number 5, which should have been included but simply wasn't on the template, is on-site monitoring by staff during installation.
Okay, thank you. Would the applicant like to make additional comments? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and move to discussion.
I move to approve this.
Second.
Does anyone feel like they didn't have the opportunity to have a discussion? Gentlemen, you call the roll.
Does it need to be approved with conditions or?
There's 5 conditions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I assume just to confirm, Commissioner Bates, the approval was with the conditions as listed.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, with conditions.
Commissioner Knopf,
Yes.
Commissioner Matusik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritz,
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Motion is, or the request is approved. Moving, okay, does anyone need to take a break? We've been going a while here. No? Okay. We will move, we'll move to our next item. Mike, when you initially asked us to move the letter up from a work session item into action item, the letter you were referencing is the letter that, will you please clarify which letter you were referencing? You sent a letter.
There was a letter prepared by a subset of the commission, Lisa
Okay.
Kerr, and
Yes.
Moritz, and yourself,
Yes.
you know, identifying issues we saw in I'd call it overreach by the city staff and dealing with stormwater issues on the forest lawn development.
Okay, got it. So we are considering the letter that was prepared by the subcommittee of the Planning Commission has been subsequently held off. Bill, will you please confirm that we are clear to talk about this now, that this matter is no longer before the.
Yes,
Okay.
the forest lawn partition that was at the heart of this was appealed to the city council. City council, I believe, affirmed the planning commission, and the appeal period is now run. So there is no application currently pending in this area.
Okay, so we have the green light to pick this conversation back up. We'll look at this as whoever wants to jump in. We won't do proponents and opponents. We do have Bruce with us tonight. Karen is here tonight. We have staff, Robert and Jeff, as well as city council. And I think one thing I want to say before we jump into this is I think it is very important that this has been a charged, what's behind the letter has a lot of emotion. There has been a lot of frustration, but I think that I'd like us to very much focus on being respectful of one another in our conversations and trying to keep our tone level and even keeled as possible so that we can come to a positive outcome, which has always been my hope anyway, and I believe my fellow commission members' hope in this letter. So who would like to start with the letter?
I'd actually like to start before the letter. What I'm struggling with why the planning commission is proceeding down this path.
It's a great question. I will answer it. Bruce, you will probably have something to say about it, and I know Bill, you will too. Jeff, I don't want to exclude anyone here. I will throw out the one perspective of why the planning commission is considering this. The item of the stormwater connection was brought to the planning commission when the developer for the wetland at Forest Lawn had their conditional use application in front of us. I'm not sure exactly who, but definitely the owner of 1603 and I believe 1603 Forest Lawn and some other concerned citizens submitted several documents into that record that was being created around that development application.
And that's the stormwater extension application or the forest lawn development application for the wetlands?
Well, the two are commingled in a way. That isn't necessarily our normal protocol, but those people who submitted information into that process, believed that was appropriate for them to have their voice heard on this issue. We went back and forth as a body. The planning commission went back and forth on this issue, commingled with deciding how to rule on the development. And help me with my memory here, Bill. There were a number of times where some of our decision incorporated some consideration of the stormwater situation.
Sure.
Bill's advice at the time was, hey, that's not a part of your decision. You guys have to separate that. And there was a lot of pushback on that. And the compromise that was come up with was, we will have a letter that addresses these concerns and we'll send that to the city council. So to address what had been put in front of planning commission, this letter was drafted by 3 members, myself, Anna, sorry, Mickey, and Lisa Kerr. And it was then brought to the full planning commission, at which point the applicant still had another day to appeal that decision. We were told not to even talk about it, jeopardizing the city's position relative to the outcome there. So that's one view of it. I've heard from a number of people, just what you said, this is not in the planning commission's purview to jump into this issue. But yet here we are.
Just one comment. I think that the discussion is valid. I think that people's feelings and understandings are valid. I just question whether it was a planning commission role to do that rather than the individuals who felt strongly enough to draft this. I mean, anybody can bring things like this up, right? It doesn't. I wondered if it needed to come from the planning commission as opposed to just the individuals that wrote the letter.
Well, the momentum behind the letter was the full commission.
Okay.
And I don't know, have you dove into any of the details behind?
Through this whole process, so I was a participant. I mean, I listened to every single meeting and attended many of them and tried to stay abreast of what was going on, but it was before my time, for sure.
One of the, I have had several conversations with people individually, not as a quorum, about this letter. It is a contentious letter. There's a wide range of opinions on whether it's the right thing or not to do. And I've thought about it a lot. I've talked about it a lot in the last couple of days. And one thing that I've shared with Bruce is I have always believed that the intention behind this letter is to create a better process for the city. I personally am not interested in making a spectacle of any one individual or the city staff in general. I also feel like some mistakes were made. And I don't want to see those mistakes made again. And so out of respect, we have not dove into what really is the city's business in as much specific detail as some of the conversations that we've had, either as a group or individually in small groups. So in talking with someone about this earlier today, they said, you know, sometimes in making relationships better and trust better, you have to tear off the Band-Aid to get the sunlight to begin to heal it a little faster. It's not the best metaphor, but I do feel like my intention here tonight in discussing this is to make our processes better and to do what we've said we want to do with this letter, whether we submit it or not, and that is help our city and help ourselves understand this process better and the city understand our frustrations better so that we can move through some of the more complicated projects that we have coming before the city. And this one's small compared to some of the bigger stuff we have. And there's already ruminations about mistrust on the side of the other. So I think we have a real opportunity here in talking about this letter to talk about, one, our role in this process, and maybe, where the specific frustrations are, whether we want to dive into the specifics behind, point source stormwater or some of the correspondence that was frustrating, maddening for people. I want to be careful and respectful to those people who have varying levels of frustration. And then decide, our best course of action. And that may be to submit this as written, it may be to amend it, it may be to take another action. So that's me talking a lot. I have got 6 other very talented commission members and some very talented people here. One with his hand up. Thank you, Bruce. Take it away.
Thank you. I appreciate, what you just said, Clay. And what I would like to do is to get to the point, let's, when this project was being looked at, there were 2 things going on and they were separate. And one was an application that came before you. And then the other, the public works issue that was being addressed completely off-site. It was going to be in the right of way, and it dealt with the folks that own 1603 and a requirement that had been in place since 2004 or 2006 that was never taken care of. And I feel badly that Ms. Dorsey is the one that's stuck with it because she wasn't the one that built the house. But the people that did build the house, I don't think she was, but if she wasn't the one that built the house, the type of restriction is something that goes with the land. And so when it was brought up that somebody's putting water on this, on the other person's land, that's a public works issue, and we would deal with that. It happened at the same time, and it was really because there was discussion going on about something that might be developed. And so I think that there are times that we are going to have those kind of, being in the same neighborhood, but not necessarily working on the same project. And that we've got to be respectful of each other's responsibilities. And I think that actually in some cases, there was something that the Planning Commission might have wanted to see that was kind of against what the city saw as their role and what we should be trying to do. And so I would like to focus on how do we do that? And then if something like this comes up, that one of us is smart enough to go ahead and say, hey, this might be one of those situations again. And we're going to start, it's going to appear we're butting heads. How do we get through this, and what's yours and what's ours? So that would be my preference. There's another issue though, too. In this letter, as I look at it, and I looked at it very closely, and there are statements in here that if they're supposed to be given to the council to go ahead and say, look, this is what staff did. And this is why, this outcome. And I don't think the outcome is wrong. I think that, when you get, it looks bad as we're going through all this, but then at the end says you really need to make sure you have a discussion so that we don't have a repeat. But if you're going to, if this is going to be sent to the council as is, or pretty much as is, then the approach I will have is part of it will be to refute these statements. And it's totally possible to do. There's, the most egregious one I think in here is that staff, you see, Planning Commission does not believe it's city's role to create a stormwater management plan for applicants. I agree. We didn't. There is no stormwater management plan for this project. Everything we were doing was to take care of the city's water and the water from Miss Dorsey's house. And it was all being done offsite. It was all being done offsite. And it was not, there's been no drainage plan submitted for the project. And so to say that, I agree. It's not our responsibility to do it, but we didn't. We were dealing with something that was totally separate from the project. So I'm just saying that if we're going to go down that road, and I really don't want to, but there's enough things in here that I don't think, if these come forward, that it's going to be as strong a case is what you might think. And so, and I really, really don't want to have that happen. But just know I can't let somebody say that we did a stormwater master plan or whatever it was for the site when we didn't. And so there's others like that. So my preference is that we just put this aside and we can have a discussion tonight. We can have a discussion another time. We should have more discussions than what we're having. But that we talk, about why did this happen? And in my opinion, like I said, there was two things going on at the same time. Ours had nothing to do with trying to make the decisions that you were having to make on the Forest Lawn project. And then ours was things that were put in place in 2006 or 2004, or whatever it was, and needed to happen. And so anyway, and I think that there's, another piece to that is that I think we differed in the conclusion about the water in particular from Miss Dorsey's house, in that is not natural drainage. And a lot of the decisions and a lot of the comments that I heard coming out of the planning commission was that somehow that this was a natural drainage situation and shouldn't be touched. The only reason that was that water was going in that location was because of the pipe that's right off of her house coming in. Now, where there's the statements that having to do say that the water should continue on its natural flow. I agree if it's natural water, but this is a water source that was right adjacent, and it was something that was in violation of something for many years. So probably said more than I should already, but it comes back to I think that we could work really well together, and but we have to recognize that there might be times when we are not totally in alignment, but we both have a job to do.
From my own perspective, thinking about the specific points that are made here and the intention of the letter and what's said and what's not said, what's focused on and what's not focused on.
Mm-hmm.
I think it probably comes down to something we've heard about tonight a couple times already, and that's trust.
Mm-hmm.
And there was information in that record that was put in through a public record request that I'll speak for myself, and I've heard in different variations, more extreme. That trust was questioned about how our city's code, its values were being interpreted. And I lean to giving people the benefit of the doubt, but it becomes challenged at times when you see some of the language you do. So it could have been correspondence between a staff member and a developer. Different words could have been used, or just knocking out an email really quick. It could have been a misunderstanding of the code, or, and I don't believe this, but I have heard it, it could be something more nefarious. We only have a snapshot. We only have what's put in front of us. And depending on your personality and the day you've had and what you've been told or what you believe, you're going to come out of that conversation looking at that slice of information in very different extremes. And what I know of people when they get into the fight or flight mode, or the fight mode is better, is they start throwing everything at it.
Understood.
And that's what we have here. Is we're going to push back just to make sure that we're all on the same page relative to how our community's values are upheld, how the code is enforced. Until we see something different, and we're going to probably stick our nose where we shouldn't. And I agree, this isn't our business. It really isn't. And it's been hard because, you know, I'm getting private correspondence pulled up on the street with opinions on this.
Yeah.
And it's not our place, but it's hard to turn away from when we're the group that's often asked to interpret this code when someone comes to us. And we need to support you and our staff and the city staff and go, but are we on the same page? Or not agree ourselves if we're on the same page relative to what this means. So you and your staff and how that's handled, the best I can say on that is this letter was generated because there was some doubt about where everybody sat relative to broadly the values of the city, more specifically how the code is interpreted. And this is the pushback. So if I've thought about this and you and I talked about it, what is the purpose of a letter like this? At the end of the day, I think for me, and I'll let my other fellow planners speak to this. At the end of the day, if you say, hey, I get it. We had a bad moment. Here's how we can move forward better. I've had the conversations I need to, you know, we did training on whatever it is that you think you need to do to have that process cleaned up, which I don't, there was mistakes in there. We can call them, the degree of the mistake is up for interpretation. But to know that those mistakes are being addressed, I walk away going, I don't need a letter. Just Bruce has told me this is something he's looking into, he's addressing, I'm good. I don't need to make a spectacle of it. I don't need to have anybody up on some example. I just need to know that you've heard that that is not acceptable. And we're probably going to get out of our lane if we see it again. And it's not where I want to be. It's not how I want to be with you guys. I know, you know, the situation we even had earlier tonight, it's like you guys are between a rock and a hard place a lot of the time. And I want to be supportive. At the same time, I'm a human being who values a lot of the things we're talking about here tonight. And I can get my ankles up too. And I've said enough, I think. I'll let my other members say what they have to.
Can I respond to some?
Please do.
Okay. First of all, trust is tremendously important to me because we can't do our job without it. And without getting into a whole lot of specifics, Clay, was the actions taken by the city to address the drainage issue from 1603 and some of our own, was that the problem? Or was the problem something that was in correspondence? Because to me, that's two very different things. There's one that, if you said we should not have been doing that, then we can go ahead and talk about that. I feel strongly that we were doing the right thing. If somebody wants to go ahead and talk about, well, somebody put this in an email or something, well, I think that anybody who would have been involved with that would have said, geez, I wish I hadn't written that. But the thing is that if you look at the actions that we were taking and then make your decision on the trust, as opposed to something that was said that might, you know, I'm sure that the person would want to take back right now or would have been happy to do it months ago. But if it's going to be based on a comment as opposed to what we were doing, that's going to be a hard, that's a hard standard for us to do based on what somebody might say or what somebody might have thought. And so we'll do our best. But that's going to be very easy to do if somebody just looks and say, oh, look, they did something like that again. Look at the big picture of what we're doing. And we should have been much better about explaining what it was we were doing. I think what happened is that when you and whoever felt that we were out of line, that I know I responded incorrectly because I got defensive. And so this wasn't going to go good. And that's part of what, excuse me, can you ask, never mind. That's going to continue to create a problem. And so it is important to me if you think that we were doing the wrong thing and trying to address that, and again, it was all offsite, That's one thing. It's another if somebody read something and thought there might have been some sort of collusion or whatever with, with a developer.
I'm glad you brought up the bit about asking, which came first or was more important. I think one led to the other. As we get this package, and I'll be candid. I looked at it at first, I was confused.
Mhm.
Why? What is this in here for? Why are we looking back on this? I don't feel that was clearly explained to me. And yes, there were emotions around some of these issues.
Mhm.
And yes, there were little purviews, there were little peekaboos that we had
Mhm.
that, one could run with
Mhm.
and go, yeah, it looks like they ran this home. Yeah, we've got a person, and then you get, it's never easy to see a landowner being told by the city, you have to do something. I think that's always something we should be incredibly careful about.
Okay, and that never happened.
Well, the landowner was told she had to connect at some point, whether that was.
The landowner, we always tell a landowner, you have to fix the problem. We don't say that you have to go ahead and connect to our system because the system didn't even exist in that location. The landowner was discussing doing a bioswale, and there was another short-term thing that was going to be put in. We say you have to fix it and you can connect to us if we have a system.
Okay.
But somebody alleged that we said to her that that's what she had to do.
But what we saw was an email chain that said, if you take this action, it will dry up the wetland. And then we see the city come after the homeowner. We don't see what you've just mentioned is that this was put in place. This language was put on the original permit saying the water has to be contained on site.
Mhm.
And even if I see it, when I get my hackles up, I could say it was wrong. The person did it in not understanding that this was a part of the wetland. I'm not asking, I don't want to go down that road. I'm just saying I could if I want to.
Mhm.
So you have these actions that they compound on each other.
Mhm.
Where you have these bits that we get, and then you go, whoa, wait a minute, that doesn't look good at all. And that is what I think happened is between not understanding why we had all this information in the file, between seeing some correspondence that, yeah, I'm sure people wish they could take back, to then the actions of the city. It's like, whoa, this is really concerning. I don't know, but I'm going to raise a flag. And that's probably what this is. This is the flag going, hey, this doesn't feel right. So even having this conversation now, even thinking about something I hadn't before you sat down here with us was, we probably should have spent some time and stepped back from that file for a minute.
Mhm.
That was one of the more confusing files I'd ever had put in front of me.
Mhm. Yep. And I apologize again for my approach on it because I was defensive. But when you're talking about, when you read a file or you get some information, when I look at this letter, just starting that we did a site drainage plan for them. And you have things like that when you're reading in there that, part of the emails and things like that. I'm here asking, saying, can we go and get down to what actually happened and what we were doing and what you were trying to do? Because we differ as far as that being part of the wetland, because it's coming from a source that we said cannot happen. You cannot allow your water to go on. And the city should have done something back in the day when that came up. But that's not natural flow for a wetland. And so we were trying to go ahead and, and I know that you had a different position on that, but none of that water would, once the house was built, was supposed to have stopped. And so that is something that we felt we were doing, the right thing with. And that's what I'm saying, please look at that because that's the kind of stuff. And we do, when it starts to rain, we'll start getting complaints about somebody putting water on somebody else's yard. And we will get something and we will send a letter to the person who has got the downspout aimed at the neighbor. And, we will go ahead and follow up with them. That's what we were doing. As a matter of fact, the action that we were going to take was probably the best situation for Miss Dorsey to fix her situation, to her condition. I mean, we were basically saying, get the water to here. put it in, and then we'll run it to the rest of the way down. This could have been done a long time ago. Now, I want, and never mind, I'll hold off before I get into the letters that went around today. But Clay, I know that there was things in there and, we're all scratching our heads and, popping ourselves in the head. The hell was I thinking when I wrote that? So, but that was not our intention was not to do it to help the developer. Well, maybe it was to a degree, but we don't, Jen, let me finish. We don't look down on developers. Everybody that lives here, a developer built their property, developed the infrastructure, everything else. And the level that we hold them to, not whether or not they even exist, or we want to see them in our city, the level is follow our rules. And our rules are not very good. And that's why we're doing the code audit. But in this case, it was like, okay, here's somebody that we told a long time ago to go ahead and take care of the water. It's clearly doing what we were concerned about, that it was going to happen. And so we were trying to fix that. The rest of this, we wouldn't touch anything else on the property. But that was something that came about when the house was built, and then it started to accumulate. And so we're like, okay, now which way do we go? Do we not do anything and let it continue to accumulate? Or do we fix it to the condition that it's supposed to be based on the directions in the code and everything else? And so we went one way, and it was clearly not the way that you would like to have seen us go. But we don't feel that we were doing anything wrong. And we weren't out to, help the developer. It was like we were out to go ahead and take care of the problem that has existed for however long and was now directly impacting somebody, and brought it to our attention. And we're saying, yeah, that should have been taken care of a long time ago. So we were just taking care of that piece right there. And if there was any other water accumulated in that location, then it was clearly, supposed to part of the natural wetland. But what was there was a violation. And so do we not take care of the violation, which we sent letters out all over the city for other people to go ahead and do? Or do we go ahead and take care of it? Because there's probably a lot of things the city can do to help a developer. We didn't do, and we're not accused of doing any of those kind of things. It was that we took care of this water. It was not something that you wanted to see. And then we made it worse by having things go into the record. But what I'm saying is that what we're guilty of, I look at this and say, y'all kind of do the same thing. And that's why I really I would prefer not to see this go. And I'm not sure, actually, I'm not even sure if that's enough for me, because by saying we don't want this to go, it's already out there. It's all over the place. And so there are things on here that if we don't try to pull back, then they're true. And again, there's a bunch of them. We didn't design a drainage problem for the developer. It was all offsite. And not only even how somebody could come to that conclusion. So, so there was a mistake that was put into this, that we did that. I'm saying all of us didn't do our best.
I think another is just a concern that the city's being bullied by developers. With, coming in and taking a specific interpretation of the code and throwing out. I can tell you, I didn't know before this process, the difference between point source and non-point source. But I looked it up, and the concern is that, the city is packed. You guys have a lot going on. Developer comes in, waves their stick at you and says, hey, you've got an illegal, your system is whatever they're claiming, point source in this case.
We didn't care if it was point source or whatever it was. There was a location that was told you have to fix this.
But that was in the record. Developer said, hey, this is illegal, it's point source. So
that's fine.
Again, that's our purview. We see that.
Yeah.
It looks like, oh, well, the city must have thought that they had to do it because they said point source. Well, hold on a minute.
Yeah. I'm telling you, it wasn't about the point source. It was about that was supposed to have been taken care of. So
I get that. I get that you can't have stormwater running around.
Also, Clay, I can't be responsible for a note that the developer put in. I'm telling you, we were dealing with a very short or very contained situation. Somebody else wants to do that and say that somehow we're in collusion. We never talked to him about the point source or whatever that I'm aware of. Maybe he's, there was other discussions that happened, but we weren't bullied. It was like, there's a situation and it's, going on here. And this was ours to take care of a long time ago. And we didn't.
I think, and I respect that you guys are in those situations often,
Mhm.
all the time. What's tough,
Mhm.
and I wouldn't change my support for you based on this, but I'll just throw another perspective on that wetland.
Mhm.
Since 1987, that piece of land that was designated a wetland has progressively been whittled away at.
Mhm.
So that it started at 4 acres, it went to 2 acres, it's now just around an acre. And each time that wetland was reduced in size and the rules around it were changed.
Mhm.
And that's the way the law is written, and that's the way it works.
Mhm.
But it's hard to see when the city says, here's the values we have. And the game that we watch played, and that's the rules you guys have to play by. And we have to support you in that, in my opinion.
Mhm.
But the value that we stood for, based on our code that has room for interpretation in different areas, has language that allows that to happen. So there's frustration on the commission and the community.
Mhm.
And we are trying to address that in our code audit. And some of that is seen in this letter where you go, this is a gray area. In some, maybe not in your opinion, but
Yep.
opinion, there are gray areas here that didn't require the city to take the actions it did. Now, what that has us doing is it has us in a position where we don't trust the city. There's at some level that you can't put it any other way. It's like, well, our lack of trust here has got us writing this letter. Why have we gotten to that place? Well, I think I said it.
Yeah.
So if one thing comes of having a letter like this, it's a better conversation, a better process. I don't need it to go to the city council. I just need to look you in the eye and go, here's our concern. Here's how we build it better. Let's talk about what we can actually do to make this better. One idea you came up with is, we should probably talk about this differently. Yeah, I agree. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, that was a confusing system or application. I know there's other opinions out there and I know other people have got something to say about this. So I'm out of breath.
Well, I'd like to address a couple of things because I'm disappointed that I'm hearing in that there's still a trust issue.
I didn't say, sorry if that's what you took away. There was a trust issue when this was written.
Right. Okay. And if there still is, I don't know how much more we can do.
Let's have it out right now. I know there's other people with questions. I think I feel better.
Okay.
But that's just me. And there's other extreme opinions the wrong way. There's other opinions here tonight. I'd like to.
I can't tell. It looks like Mike might be trying to unmute there.
Go ahead, Mickey, if you want to speak, but yeah, I would like to.
Mike, why don't
contribute
you go first?
Yeah, I don't know exactly where to start this. I would like to think that we could sit down and talk about these things. And where I worked, my last job is, when something like this happened, we sat down as a group and post-mortemed exactly what happened, with each side being able to come in and talk about the perceptions without getting shouted down. Or on the other hand, being felt like you're being accused of something, but just having an objective discussion. And Bruce, you're absolutely right. That probably should have happened. And I still think this is a project that needs to be post-mortemed. I will also admit that, where Clay is a much better man than I am, I lean toward, I give a certain amount of trust up to a point. And if I see something enough, and enough might be 2 or 3 times, then I lose trust. You can get it back, but the conduct has to stop. And I can't say, now I got a message yesterday, and I know you want to talk about it, and I'm not going to go into detail, that suggested to me that the conduct has not stopped, that the city's still involved in, without Miss Dorsey's involvement, in trying to decide how she should address her problem.
Can you give me some
So-
specifics? That's an allegation, Mike, I'd like to be able to address.
Yeah, the specific is the developer in this case and his contractor walked in to talk to somebody in the city. And the discussion focused on Miss Dorsey's her storm drainage. And the answer that came back from the developer from a conversation about her with the city and the developer was she can't connect with the storm drain because she needs a type 2 permit and it'll take 2 to 6 months.
Okay, and I don't know what they told her. In the 2 to 6 months, I was trying to work through that. And there's a certain amount of time for us to respond. And if somebody does come in and correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, but if somebody comes in and says that they want to have a delay, that's 30 days. And then if it goes to the council and then it's same thing happens again, 30-day delay, there's 2 months. It
No,
doesn't take us that long to process this, but it does, as far from the staff level, but it does take a certain amount of time to go through the process. And sometimes the process itself becomes, very long. I forgot it was.
I think what's being referenced here is the difference between a development permit and then a development permit, Mike, that if a development permit is sought and a development permit, you guys might have familiarity with this. A development permit is decided, it can get appealed. I'm just throwing that out there. But anyhow, I think that's what we're getting at, Mike. That's where the interpretation by whoever's saying this about 3 to 6 months, that's where we're getting into 3 to 6 months.
Yeah, and I'll acknowledge that maybe somebody didn't understand. So, the developer and the contractor in this case didn't understand what you're saying, but Miss Dorsey had an agreement with McEwen to dig a trench on her property to connect with a storm drain. That's not a type 2 permit. That's not a development permit. That's a homeowner connecting with storm drains, which in my opinion,
Mike, that is a development permit because it's within 100 feet of a wetland.
I'm sorry?
It's within 100 feet of a wetland, so they have to get a development permit.
Okay. So let me retract that. I will continue to defend Miss Dorsey in this case because I seem to recall last September where she was told, hurry up and connect. If you do it right now, you can go right ahead.
Well, no, she was just like we would tell anyone within 100 feet of a wetland, they have to get a development permit. Or if it's in a wetland or a wetland buffer, then it has to go through a conditional use permit.
But she is not.
Right.
Correct?
Correct. Yeah. Well, I think she has maybe a slight percentage of that one little point that there's a buffer area, maybe a couple feet under her property, but I without it.
Yeah, we can work around that. And Jeff,
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but I do appreciate the call that was made today. Miss Dorsey is sleeping well again. So, whatever happened there, I'll take the blame for it, but the problem is solved for Miss Dorsey. Am I mistaken?
We have not got an application from Ms. Dorsey. And so I'm not going to commit that what is being, well, first of all, we've had several discussions about what she wants to do. When we were talking about her connecting, into something at the corner of her property, she sent something to us, said what I really prefer is a bioswale. And that was probably within the past day or two. And that's something that, I've been talking to Jan about. But that apparently is not it. Or that was, let me see. There was that discussion. And then when we talked to Dave Pietka, when he came in, he said that I have an agreement with Ms. Dorsey for her to go ahead and run her line down to the end of the property line, and then it would get picked up, and carried down further. So we're told there was an agreement with that one, and we had no reason to question it. And so when people are saying that Ms. Dorsey or anybody, had an agreement, before you accuse us of not of violating the agreement or forcing somebody to do something, because we weren't party of any of those conversations. Just ask for a copy of it or ask us what's going on. Happy to answer.
Fair enough, Bruce. I owe you an apology for that. I still am a little bit confused about where we are with Miss Dorsey. I've seen more email correspondence today, and she feels good and that she feels like she's on a remedial path. Is that not true?
My understanding, Mike, I spoke with her and she is, I think contacted Mike, and Mike is getting the materials together to turn in a development permit.
Good.
But
Okay.
even,
Thank you.
even, I want to be totally open here. Even there's a problem with that development permit, because what the intention is, as I understand it, is that they would connect into the city system right there at that location. And then, Miss Dorsey would be done. The problem is it puts the water right back in the same location. That puts, if there's going to be, a problem with the developer, that puts the city in the position of funding the solution to take care of Miss Dorsey's property.
Well, that's where we get into a discussion over our interpretation of the code, Bruce, to be honest with you. And, you have that problem right now. So,
I know. But when you're asking me
So
about-
Miss Dorsey is not adding anything to that problem. Believe me, her small amount of water is not the issue. So I get it, but again, what I want to go back to is I think we need to postmortem this, and I'd be happy to participate with you guys and make it non-personal and share what I think some of us have seen and why, and just and get your take and agree among us how we can do things better on both sides.
That's what we're offering to.
Well, Mike, that I don't want to cut anyone else off, but it is one of the things we talked about doing in not a subcommittee, but a random group of people that are interested in the wetlands coming together. There's planning commissioners, there's interested citizens. Jan, I'll come to you in a minute. There's planning commissioners, there's interested parties. There is, correct me if I'm wrong, but is there a public works group that gets together? Is there a public works committee? Okay, so there's a public works committee. People could sit in on that. I think there's a lot of ways that we can really dive into this question around our wetlands to make sure that we all have an understanding, all the people that are involved in the decisions have an understanding and if you will, calibrate to the same page. So Jan, you've had your hands up a couple times. This is an open forum, so please go ahead with.
I just still find the whole issue extremely confusing. And I would like to advocate for a bioswale for Rosie, but that entails, some studying, and it's a whole nother issue. It's a whole nother way of solving this problem. And I wish we could do that as a community. I talked to the Watershed Council director, and he is very interested in, using this as a project, if that could happen. It's, I think it's complicated, and all this that's happened is very concerning.
Jen, not to interrupt, but I think the goal for Rosie now should just be to try to hook up to the city. And then we'll deal with stormwater as part of it. It sounds like Clay, you're suggesting a subcommittee, delegated members to sit down and figure out what we're going to do with wetlands.
Not a subcommittee.
Well, so on that note, how are you going to do it without a subcommittee?
3 members of this commission can randomly get together without any sort of approval by the broad committee. And any members of the public can join those random people. But if we formally allocate a subcommittee, we need to go through every process. And we may want to do that. We may want to talk about that as a group, whether we want this to take the time and effort of running through that formal process, or whether we want this to be more organic and people who've expressed an interest.
My concern, Clay, is if you have 3 of us do it on our own, that's great, we can do it, but then we are effectively taking off the planning commission for the discussion of that.
And also, if you're going to involve staff in that discussion, then I think you're a subcommittee at that point, as opposed to just 3 of you working on your own. but that's,
So two different things sort of in play. To the extent you're a subcommittee that's appointed to bring a report back to the committee, you're likely a public governing body that is required to follow public meetings law in terms of announcing and keeping minutes and all the rest. I suspect, that certainly is a course that this commission would go down. There's also, if there is sort of, 2 or 3 people that this process is stuck in their craw and they want to investigate and not be a formal subcommittee, that wouldn't require the full panoply of public meeting requirements. And that might be something to explore as well. It's really. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Bill. I just want to make sure that if we go down that path, that the people who go do this on their own, if they are members of the commission, won't have to recuse themselves from the discussion before the commission.
The discussion of what before the commission.
If we come up with a proposal on how to address wetlands and language and give it to the planning commission for their consideration, will those members who did that on their own now have an interest in the outcome of that, or perceived interest, and may be excluded from discussion?
So if you're talking about a legislative proposal about how the city addresses wetlands, no, it's a legislative matter and there's no concerns about ex parte. If you're talking about a recommendation to the planning commission about how to deal with the stormwater at one particular location, whether it be forest lawn, spruce, wherever that may be, and you come in with, here's what should happen in this location, that may be a different story.
I think it would be a different story.
okay.
So,
And also-
go ahead.
No,
Go
please,
ahead.
Mike, go ahead.
Then I'm with Clay. I think there are a couple people who have an interest and they should go ahead and do it. And then I don't know, staff can be involved, but staff would be involved when we bring it to the commission. And you would be giving your comments and then we'd be discussing it. How do you feel about that?
This is for the wetlands or, just let me know, what are you all talking about?
Hang on.
Wetlands?
It feels like we
Task force?
shifted.
Are we on the wetland
Agenda.
task force or are we talking about the storm?
Inadvertently.
Well, it wasn't meant to take us down this road, but ultimately it is at the core of the challenge behind all that. It's part of what's behind. Once we get past the trust conversation, then there's the issues around the wetland and the concerns that people have. So it leads to this subcommittee that we talked about as the full body
For the wetland.
for the wetland.
So you're looking at new legislation for the wetlands.
That's right.
Yeah, that's where.
Yeah, Jen didn't finish. I just wanted.
Get to
Are you,
finish.
I'm sorry, Jen.
Where is Rosie's water going to go? And what about this issue of the trenching within that wetland lot of record area? That is part of this confusing part of this whole scenario there at 4100, the tax lot 4100.
Jan, that would be,
Very confusing.
that would be a conditional use permit if they came forward. Yeah, any kind of trenching.
And that has to come to this body?
Yeah, planning commission, yeah.
Because. Okay, well. It seems like things have shifted since this whole thing first started. But anyway, if it's gonna get better, I'm hopeful. But I'm having a trust issue, honestly, and clarity issue with all these things. It's very disconcerting, to say the least.
I find it disconcerting too, because first of all, there is a problem with her connecting to our system, because our system drains right onto the property. Now, what'll happen is what was Rosie's problem, Ms. Dorsey's problem, goes in, and now we are putting water on the property. So if somebody wants to come after the city, they can do that. It wasn't originally our problem, but we're making it our problem by doing that. So it's not really a great solution.
The bioswale.
Well, I agree. I would love to see a bioswale work. And, and she has the option. She always had the option. And she expressed, I think it was an email to you, Mike, that she would prefer the bioswale. But I want to make it clear. We never told her that she has to do, X, Y, or Z. This is all still on her ability. But this is a situation that I think folks, including myself, have feel badly for Ms. Dorsey on this. But the trouble is, by her connecting in where it's possible, if she goes ahead and connects in, it becomes our responsibility. We know where that water is going to go. And then if somehow the developer decides to sue or do whatever, it's the city's responsibility. Y'all are going to pay for it. And yes.
I think that's where we postmortem, if you don't mind, could we postmortem that? Because that's where we just.
I would like to finish.
Let him finish his thought, then you can.
Okay, yeah, I can barely hear at this point, so go ahead.
Okay, but what happens if that becomes the city's problem to go ahead and take care of? And as far as, when we're talking about trust and Ms. Dorsey, the original proposal that everybody is condemning was to solve her problem. And it would have solved her problem and the city would have paid for part of it. And yes, it would have taken that water off of the site, but anything that's going to help to solve the problem for Ms. Dorsey before she gets into code enforcement or everything else is that water's got to stop going onto that site from her, but transferring it into our system and then putting it on puts it on us. And so there's a lot more to these, these situations than what you might see.
Understood.
I'm not sure that's accurate though, and Bruce, and that's where we disagree. I don't think that. I think actually the code says any changes to the utilities necessary by the development are on the developer. I think your stormwater is there legally. I think they knew it, and if they want to move it, they can. But there's no obligation on the city to do it.
It's not there legally.
How do you know?
It is not there legally because it's coming off of her property, and she was told, or not her, whoever built the house, that you can't put this water on anybody else's property. And what's happening is that if we do this connection, our system, we have drainage systems all throughout the city, and they're not in the greatest shape. They're not documented. In fact, that particular location, we haven't had to do any work in a very long time. And usually we televise these things. You just put a camera in the pipe. We haven't done that. And so, as a matter of fact, we haven't touched anything, even thought about doing anything up in that area. But we know that the water that is in our system eventually goes on to that property. And we feel that there is a responsibility, or that there is a culpability on the city, that if we are causing the problem to the developer, whoever, they may or may not, and Bill may disagree, but what we're doing is we're transferring the problem from Ms. Dorsey to everybody else in the city. And we send these letters to people all the time.
Bill, do you disagree?
Drainage law in Oregon is really complex and gets into some real sticky situations. I don't feel like I can tell you exactly what the outcome of all that would be, who's responsible for what, and switching the points. It's a very fact-bound determination, and we have to get engineers to talk about where things come from.
Right. And what I'm saying, our problem is that now that problem transfers to the city. So if there's going to be any action taken, legal action, which maybe there won't, but if there is, it's against the city now, because we're the ones that are putting the water's coming right straight out of our system and onto that property. And so I just want to move slowly before we do something like that.
I think that's a wise thought. Jen, please.
It's a wetland. It's a wetland lot of record.
No.
And it is covered, at least the wetland part of it is covered by the wetland overlay zone. So we need to get help, maybe from Bill or somebody that gets this really clarified. And one thing with Rosie is if she did a bioswale, we could try to do a GoFundMe. Then the citizens would not, only citizens that would want to help her pay for this. It would save the city trouble. It would be a win-win situation. I hope. I think it could happen. And if we could just work together and do this, then the wetland won't be without its water either, but it will go in a way that I think would be beneficial even to the developer, because the developer bought that land knowing it was a wetland lot of record. It's a wetland lot of record, and it needs to be nourished by the water around it. So it would benefit the wetland, it would benefit everybody. And the city would not have to pay for it. It could be a GoFundMe, and I think it would work out. It just needs to be an option that we could maybe look into as a community. And if we could just get a little time to do that, I think it could be a real win-win situation.
You're right. You're right, Jen, but I withdraw my request, I guess. I think we've had a good productive discussion here. I'm with Clay at this point. You know, if we've started to build a little trust with this process, then I don't think the letter needs to go. But I would like to follow up on some of this stuff we've talked about, like a postmortem, and perhaps the group of commission members who would like to take a stab at our wetland regulations.
Do you feel like we need more postmortem than we've had?
No, I don't on the trust issue. I do think we have a fundamental disagreement that very ambiguous area with regard to stormwater on that wetland.
Well, maybe time will help us.
Did you hear me?
I did, yes. How are other people feeling about what we're talking about here? So one idea, Mike, I had thrown out my personal feeling on the letter. Mike is, I won't say seconded, but echoed, was that if feeling productive about this conversation, it's okay, we'd be okay pulling back on this letter. How do other members feel about that?
I agree, we should fall back. I think the discussion is the healthy part of this.
Okay.
I agree.
Anybody not agree? Okay, so we're going to pull back on this letter. We've had a productive conversation. With that in mind, do we want to begin talking about a formal subcommittee for the wetland suggestions, code language suggestions?
So why would we do it as a subcommittee? Why wouldn't we just do it as a commission? I mean, I think it's going to come up in the code audit.
The concern has been voiced that it was going to take too long.
Yeah. Okay.
So I had some thoughts as well. Maybe a little bit different because I don't see any easy way to maneuver through all of the open meeting rules and getting together. And if three of us start working and then one of us talks to one of the others, now we've got four people. I mean, it's just a mess. Why isn't what we want to do is to initiate a study by some reputable wetland expert, and they exist, North Coast Land Conservancy's got several, give them what we want and let them get started. You know, and that way some work's being done. My understanding is that although it's not quite the same as a moratorium, you might even have some legs if somebody brings yet another wetland proposal in and say, look, we got this study going on and we really just can't address that until we get done. Maybe we get some leverage that way to not have to deal with another one till we get some of these answers. But I mean, I was looking back, the wetland study that exists today in this town was done in 1993. It's not unreasonable to think that could be looked at again. But I just think initiating a study, get the city to pay for it, could get some answers together pretty quick and not necessarily require us to form a pseudo subcommittee.
Could I just comment on that? Just timing wise, I do understand I don't know if it's the general planning commission thinks that there's an urgency to it. But, even an urgency going to do a study, I mean, first we'd have to put in a budget request. First, we'd have to get some kind of figure we think, applicable. Then we put in a budget request. That's got to go through the city council. The city council then has to approve that. Then we have to RFP and hire someone. I mean, that's, you know, when we're talking about, we are doing a code audit. You know, I just want to, you know, I understand you want the science, you want a better, more data, but you know, there are also other methods of getting that kind of technical expertise. You might ask that an expert, somebody from Crest or somebody from the North Coast, sit on your working group or your subcommittee. That person might help kind of with the science element. You know, do we really even know how much wetlands out there that needs to, or that's still vacant, that's still buildable? You know, those are the kind of questions that we don't even really have scoped that kind of thing out to where, is this really a big problem or isn't it? And so I do understand everyone wants to have the next thing and get it done, but you know, I always return to, you know, I've been here 4 years hoping to get 2 ordinance changes, a comprehensive ordinance change. And if we just keep breaking off little pieces and not a lot's getting, you know, accomplished, but, you know, whatever you all do, you know, I'm happy to support or whatever, but I just wanted to put that thought in that if you're going to go that process, it's going to be a time at least 6 months before it gets started. I would tell you that.
Well, that might kill my idea, but I did hope that it was something that would be a different way to get to an answer we want.
Yeah.
Actually, can I just break in there? I don't think this is really about what do we know about the wetlands. And Jeff, I love your idea. There are lots of people with our local nonprofits who could provide scientific input. Honestly, I think a lot of it is buffer size. 5 feet, that's ridiculous in this day and age. So we're talking about probably some fairly simple fixes. Also, Mike Morgan brought up at the last joint code audit session, we have a decent template. There are, as I see it, a couple of issues with how our wetland regulations work. And I could be completely wrong, but here's what my impression is from what we've gone through. One is buffer size, and the other is clear and objective standards. Those are both very code related questions. We just need to sit down as a group and say, so what are other people doing for buffer sizes? Have a conversation with a couple of nonprofits. Do the other local codes seem to work well? And then the other one is we're going to have to really sit down and just say, for what we want to achieve, when we see a project, can we do that with the current standards? And I think the answer is going to be no, as we've been speaking the last couple of sessions. So it's kind of a little bit of a language question more than a science question.
I agree with you, Mickey. There's probably a couple pretty easy items.
Yeah.
I hate to use the word easy.
Right.
Obvious items that we could address to make it better as we go through this transition with our code. And I'm not saying we're experts, but we certainly have been educated.
I think we should say we are being educated. That doesn't stop.
Agreed. I second. With that in mind, do we want to take the full commission to a work session on this?
And that may be a good first step. I think it's going to be complicated to either try to have an official subcommittee or to say an organic process that, Les, I think you brought up, may turn into, unfortunately, a serial meeting. So that sounds a little dangerous.
Okay. So maybe for our next meeting, this will be a work session item?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have?
And for that work session item, you know, there's nothing that would stop Mickey and Mike or whatever bringing, you know, their kind of points forward. You know, let me know as well, and I will pull together kind of a wetlands 101 of how the ordinance actually functions, and then do some GIS work, you know, what we have of, you know, what properties are currently affected by our code, and then how many's vacant and things like that.
You know, one thing that
would be really
helpful for me are the maps. Just putting those maps up on the screen and walking us through.
Right.
How do you interpret, what's the difference between a local wetland inventory and an affected tax lot? That sort of a conversation would be so helpful as Even Jan tonight mentioned, there's a sliver of 1603 that's in a wetlands. Maybe, yeah, maybe, I can't. So that may be an area we
Some
can.
of those maps you showed at the lots of housing meeting were really good.
Okay, so the work session, so we can just do it, right? I'm sorry, Bill, I missed that.
Sorry, I'm mumbling to myself.
It is late. I'm
Yeah.
sure I'm mumbling more than I think I am. Okay, may I have a motion, or we'll move to an authorization for the chair to sign the appropriate orders. May I have a motion for the chair to sign the appropriate orders?
I'll move so.
Second,
Okay, Jen, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Matisse,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates. Oh, his sound is out. He just sent me an email to say he lost sound, so.
Mike, put your hand up if you agree.
Can you do?
Let's see if it works. Should we move on in the roll while we're waiting for him?
Commissioner Moritz,
He agrees.
Yes.
We have Morris Cove and Mike.
okay, Commissioner Bennett,
yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Knopf,
Yes.
Chair Newton.
Yes. Is the non-hearing item our discussion on the wetland, or was that the letter, or what exactly was it?
Well, yeah, it was just the work session items were the wetland letter and, the stormwater letter and the wetland.
Okay, good. Informational items, the tree report, comments on the tree report?
No.
No. Any other ongoing planning items? Is there an update?
Just the code audit updates, still going. The TSP will be, I think, also at city council here. So I expect to, from last project management meeting with Marcy, that you guys will be getting, that code audit probably in December there. So.
Moving on to the good of the order. Is there anything anyone would like to bring forward for the good of the order? I just want to say thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was a very productive conversation. Appreciate it. That's some good ideas, and I think we're better for it.
And we need to do it more.
Right.
And we did it before 11.
Before these things all.
With that in mind, we will adjourn.
Sure.
Good night, all.